If you ain't talking money, then I don't want to talk.
Still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Then I'm still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam them. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, niggas and, well, you know the rest. Welcome to another live edition to We-On-Loc Nation, aka the Lock Sector. Today, of course, we're going to be diving into different topics. I had a different one in mind, but I was extremely busy, but I got to learn to start doing conclusions at the end of my rants or anything that I'm doing. Because I was just reminded just the other day that I don't do enough positive videos enough. I was reminded the other day that I was part of the problem and not the solution. And I reminded these individuals that not only will I be coming with positive videos, but I will be coming with positive solutions. But the one thing that we are, well, not all, but few that come over here. When it comes to, let's just face it, when it comes to Ifa Tunde, when it comes to Umar Ifa Tunde, then It's like nothing's never positive, which that couldn't be more farther from the truth. If you take away the name, then only the message survives, right? If you just take away the name, if you just take away everything, because we're at the end of the day, we act like a bunch of hypocrites. Instead of just looking at for what it really is, right? We hear about all the negativity, and that's the only thing that we hear. We hear about all the negativity. But if I asked you what is one positive thing that this man has done, what is one 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 thing that this man has done positive for his community, you couldn't name it. I could name several things. Number one, this the teleconference that he just did not too while ago. This morning was awesome. When he goes out and when he does lectures, and right in the middle of his lectures, you see that plenty of people in the venues, whether it be big or small, they sell out. They sell out. Well, certain places are different, but I tell you, is plenty of books. There's plenty of jewelry, other books like kids' books. They sell or they sell out. That's one of the most positive things you can ever say about it. I can name more, but I mean, let's do it, right? You know, he's a scammer. He's a grifter. What's another thing? Uh, he what's the word that kids use nowadays? He panders to women too much. Let's see. He eats candy bars on online. Not can like ice cream bars. He uses the FDMG money. I mean, we the list goes on and on and on and on. But y'all can't tell me one thing that he has done. What positive thing he has done good? If I told you he basically used up the FDMG money to go buy a whole bunch of whores, yeah, y'all be like, see. But he doesn't do that. If I told you he's wore the same old Air Force Ones since 2010, it wouldn't make a difference. If I told you he wore the same daishikis, which is not the truth, but if so, the Air Force Ones is definitely the truth. Every now and then you'll see him wearing something a little bit different, but it just looks 1990s. But it wouldn't make a difference. The culture is dying, ladies and gentlemen. The culture has been dying. And I heard a young man cry out for help today. I heard a young man spew his heart out in anger. And the only thing we can ever talk about is, well, where's the school at? Where's the school going to open? Where's the school at? Where's the school going to open? Where's the school at? Where's the school going to open? I keep hearing it and hearing it and hearing it and hearing it. Most of these Negroes don't even know do know where the school is. They just don't want to acknowledge it. We want something new. We want new and improved. We want new and improved and polished and shaved and bathed and sprinkle it Tommy Ford or Unforgiven. You know, those colognes. We want those type of smell good moments. Sometimes it has to be the same old Nautica that you've been putting on since the 90s. And I love Nautica. Been wearing it ever since the 90s. We always want something different. If you want different, pay for it. If you want different, pay for it. If you want a nice little polished, um, polished school, then pay for it. Thank you all so very much. And I'm going, you know what the trip is? I'm international. Not only do I speak with people, not only do I speak with people all across the United States, but I'm global. I am so global. I speak with international people all the time. Sometimes people who are international. That I mean, when the people who are in the United States who I speak to, they're from a different country. And they can tell you this is the same around the world. This is the same no matter where you go. So, no, we are not hallucinating. We are going to talk about something different. We're going to talk about your favorite person in a minute, or two of your favorite people in just a little while. Don't worry. Pop some popcorn, get your favorite vitamin water. It's going to be fun. Now, but I just have to remind the world how much of a hypocrite that we truly are sometimes. But I want to give a shout out real quick to Brownie. I want to give a shout out to Flora, which is kind of interesting because I've been invited to one of Flora's shindigs, and we're going to be talking about the same thing that Lapeef was talking about today, and it involves the Black community. I think it's about mental health or something like that. I said, I'm down. I'm down. I'm game. Because we need to talk about stuff like that, which is often not talked about because everything is about root beer floats and hot dogs and hamburgers. Everybody wants to get to the filet mignon, the steak, but you get mad at the steak person for not cooking your hamburgers right or cooking your hot dogs right. You're at a 5-star freaking restaurant and you're asking the chef to cook you some ghetto burgers. We always want something new. But if you want better, pay for it. Just pay for it. It ain't that hard. It is not that hard. Pay for it. What we do is we take little snippets of what someone said and we make it as bad as we want to. This is a bad individual. But if we listen to somebody like a Kanye West, who is dealing with mental issues, right? Mental stability. You can hear it in his voice. He is crying out real loud. But we don't want to acknowledge that. 19 Keys has acknowledged it, but we don't want to acknowledge it. Quite interesting. Shouts out to 19 Keys. Now, I just said, I hope it tastes real good. I hope it tastes real good going down. And don't get me wrong, people. I want to do different subjects, or I want to do different topics. But I'm just trying to go with the one that works. Because if I can be frank for a minute, just for a minute, the last time I did numbers, right, which really doesn't, it don't matter to me. I'm just speaking in general. I'm just speaking just to speak. When I did Priscilla, um, I did the whole Priscilla, the what's her name? Priscilla, the queen maker. If you don't know who she is, look her up. When I did the Priscilla, the queen maker videos, I had nothing but women flock to me. Why? Because a lot of women go to Priscilla and they check her out, and she has over what 60,000, 70,000 people watching her. Facts. Even to this day, even to this very day, even if she's lost subscribers, me being one of them, she still has a certain amount because she has flipped the switch. One, she was all about females. She was all about defending females. Now she's not defending females anymore like she used to. She's all on the male side. She's basically taken the Manosphere playbook and has flipped it. She was just on the blue couch months ago. And just telling it like it is. Telling how females are just selfish individuals. I'm like, wait a minute. It was just a couple of months back that you said that women are the greatest thing since sliced bread. And men have no respect for women. You was just on that tip. Now women ain't shit. That is crazy. I guess that, as Corey Holcomb would put it, when the paper get low, the hungriness show. And she wants to keep up that lifestyle that she's having. So, and the next thing I know, she has different women on her hip. Like, okay. She got different women every week, I guess. But that's just her. That's her. That's funny. And she's doing her thing. She's keeping up the algorithm. She's keeping it up. Sharon Bracey did the exact same thing almost. Talking about men are need to bathe in hot water, and need to soak up some game and whatever shit that he was talking about, how men are don't respect women. And the next thing I know, he has two white people up on his platform the other day, yelling the N-word as loud and as proud as they can do. I know because I was there. That's what people do to boost up the algorithm. To get past 10,000 views, however it goes, that's what they do to boost up the algorithm. I don't have to tell you about all the rest. I don't have to tell you about Angry Man. Angry Man is the top dog. Anton Daniels is the top dog. Fatty is the top dog. Poor little old me. I started off back in 2011, I don't even remember. When I did Umar videos, wasn't attracting anything. When I did a lot of Umar videos, if it wasn't, he's this, he's that, he's scum of the earth, and da 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 da. if I wasn't a pedo, which that word has been translated and transferred, it's been used up so much. If I wasn't a heel, because you know how heels put butts in seats in the WWE. Baby faces, depending upon if you're not John Cena, if you're not The Undertaker, if you're not the Usos, which Usos getting a lot of heat, by the way. If you're not all these baby faces and you're not a heel puts butts in seats. In other words, drama makes the algorithm go smooth. I don't know why. And that's something that I learned from 19 Keys. If you are constantly doing, positive content about something, apparently it is going to gain traction, but not as much as you think. Because people are so used to the same old. That's what gets traction. I literally try to find that traction. And I'm just saying a lot of negative content is undefeated. But there's something that is like pretty much salvatory. If I don't talk about these specific things, let's just say, for example, positive things about what Umar can do. If I don't talk about these things, it's not going to attract to the right person. And I have to say, I have attracted a lot of people with Umar content. Because if I were to go back to Priscilla, the Queen Maker content, you'll be seeing a whole bunch of women over here. You'll be seeing a whole bunch of women and possibly a few more men. I looked at the algorithm and I have 70% of men watching me versus 30% of women, which is, I don't know if that's a lie or not. That is a total lie. But Mahogany Roots, shouts out to the Queen, Mahogany Roots. She says in verbatim that a lot of people there's a lot of women who do watch you, but there's not a lot of people who come over. And I mean, I don't want to be praised, but I want to be, you want to be acknowledged. There are very few that do it. Just like I acknowledge her, she acknowledges me, and that's what I'm cool with. The sexy reds, I I used to be I used to be a proponent of sexy red. It's not like it's not what it used to be. There's a lot of people I would acknowledge. No, there's not a lot of people I acknowledge, but they're not online like that. They don't come on panels or nothing like that. So it's cool because they don't like all that negative energy. There's only one person that has came up on my platform that doesn't even do panels. I truly miss her. I miss her like I'm I mean, I don't want to come off as sobby or anything. I don't want tears coming down my chin or nothing like that. But what it used to be is when I was in the Umar sector, sidebar, we was cool, right? We used to be. I mean, we did karaoke and stuff like that. We used, I used to have one person. See, I used to have. I wasn't even in mention. I was in We-On-Loc then. We-On-Loc didn't have 1,000 subscribers back then. I was just plain old 500. But that was cool with me because this particular individual, we was just cool like that. And then drama happened, not with this individual, but people who try to tear us apart, you know, came in there, started some stuff, and said I said this and said I did that. And that's when I started cussing women out. Because it was a woman that eventually tore us apart. Eventually. Said I was this, said I was that, and said I said this, and blah. I'm like, that individual is no longer, it hasn't been here in years. The other one, well, we won't mention now, will we? Me and Lisa, we know who we're talking about. And I'm not going to say Michael Mick doesn't exist anymore because people don't know what I'm talking about when I say that. I'm just going to say the other, the words the other, because this is a warning. Tomorrow or possibly later on tonight, this person, Miss Thang, is going to get roasted. And you might hear me mention the other quite often. I'm not going to mention the other person who the other is with. I'm not going to mention that person because there ain't no need to mention this guy anymore. So, needless to say, when I went over to the Umar sector, I dragged Lisa. You know who the other is, who this person is with. Come on now. They're allegedly dating. Wink, wink. So, anyway, but that's why I said the other. That's why I said the other. No one knows who I'm talking about. The only person, you're the only one who won't know who I'm talking about. But anyway, so needless to say, I was in the UMR sector, and the whole child thing came up. Anessa, and blah 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 blah. And I came up there, and I just started talking, right? And me and whatchamacallit got into an argument. Me and whatchamacallit got into an argument, and it went from an argument to, I'll whoop your ass, and it just goes like that in the Umar sector. Because I was heated that day. I was really, really heated that day. But then I talked to D. Durrell on the phone. Shouts out to D. Durrell. As D. Durrell has done a fabulous job. Fabulous. Brother will be here in Vegas in my hometown for WrestleMania. I wish I was at WrestleMania because I want to see Naomi. I want to see that fine young thing, even though she has turned heel. Ooh, I want to see that. Ooh, and the baby face, Jade Cargill. Yes, sir. I'm like, why y'all two fighting? Come to my room. Let's talk about it. Anyway, more to the story is with my rant. More to the story of what that is. If there were more, and there are a whole lot more positive influences out there, but yet people don't support these other influences. You might see me on one of these podcasts one day. You might see me on them. And when you do, come support the person whose podcast I'm on. Because it's me at the end of the day. I know I'm not perfect. I never said I was. I've done some stuff that's like one of the, you know how one of those those puppy dogs with the big ass eyes. I shock people like that. I shock people like that. And it's quite interesting how a dog looks when anyway. Yeah. I try to do positive videos for my international people. Oh, speaking of international blessings, bless up. Irie, how are you? Slim Gaming. I feel bad. I feel bad for the people who internationally support me. I feel bad because I'm supposed to be coming up with, good things, but negativity always hits my desk and I have to defend it every week. I'm not going to do it as much. But with that being said, I think I've ran it long enough. So give me a few minutes and I'll be right back with your entertainment. All right. This Negro, I had already told you, has got some real issues, right? But I listened to this earlier ago, even though it's been about a couple. This is like a weekend, I think. Well, it's not too long. It's been since 30. I only had my glasses. It's been since 3:30 to 25. So that was like a week ago. This was a very interesting conversation. A very interesting conversation that DJ Akademiks did with Kanye West. Let's listen. Fair use, fair use.
Like we know that wasn't surprising when I put that image up of my definitely feel. A second, let me just. Yeah, I definitely feel that I was pushing life to the limits by pushing into the truth of like we know that wasn't surprising when I put that image up of my youngest daughter. Yeah. That wasn't like the most surprising idea, but it'd be things that happen that we know happen that we just can't do anything about. But then they push whatever agendas like on the media that they want us to focus on. And that's something where, I don't know who the people are, so it would sound like real conspiracy theory. I just know that the kid from Lincoln Park got killed for expressing some of these same truths. And for me, just as a father, at a certain point, it's not about, it never was that, but when you're a celebrity.
Man, shouts out to Chester. May he rest in peace from Lincoln Park. He's talking about the lead singer.
It starts to be about more of what fame is going to get you, what clout is going to get you, what money is going to get you over. Is this the right thing for your children? And, I'm willing to die for my children or to allow them to be in this kind of environment that I know they're in. And what I noticed on the comments, they always used to try to, like, for the past 10 years, they used to try to write me off. Oh, he's so crazy. He's so crazy. I'm seeing the comments is now like 60, 70% like, yo, he's just telling you exactly what's going on. He's just the only one that's in a position to be able to do it because I don't have any brand sponsorships. It's like I'm past cancel. So these people out here, they toying, they playing. It's interesting. The swastika, I want to just, I know we have a little bit of time. I want to tell you, by doing it, it's sort of like a magnet where people get so mad and they start exposing themselves because the Jews, they move in the tunnels. They move where you can't see them. They're an invisible hand, and they'll get like, what they'll do is they'll threaten people. Oh, we're going to take your tours away. We're going to drop your artists. You got to say this. Like, how many people I stand with my Jewish people, 3 years ago. And what I did is I stood on it this time. I never backed down. That's my whole thing. That's why I was mad about removing that. Somebody taught me into removing that Jay-Z tweet because it was just like, nah, the whole idea is no matter what, I'm not going to back down. So by doing a swastika chain, it then ruffled some feathers. And then I really saw the comparison of me and Puff with the Diageo and the Adidas situation. Regardless if they could have locked me up for taxes or not, they wasn't playing fair. Like, okay, cool, fair deal. You did good. We did good. It's like, no, you leaving with nothing. We have to destroy you. Even though they came and used us to tap into the culture and make money off of black people and people who enjoy black culture. If we said like, yo, you doing this wrong, you stealing my style, you taking all of my employees, you taking Jerry Lorenzo and making him do my same designs as he's the agreeable Kamala nigga. They started lowering the budgets for Puff. So I related to Puff, and then they pulled out a video with him and Cassie from 10 years ago. And then it made everybody be like, oh, Puff's a woman beater, so he's the devil. He needs to be in jail. Right. Meanwhile, I don't know somebody who hasn't gotten into an altercation with a girl at one point, and including Cardi. So now Cardi's like at he the number one guy at Rolling Loud, and Puff is in jail. And then now you got two women beaters and you got two supposed pedophiles. Watch this. One is, no, you got three. Watch this. Cardi, Puffy, Kendrick, the two pedophiles. Drake, R. Kelly, or supposed. Puffy and R. Kelly are in jail with Drake 5 years from now, or however long, when they feel like they really want to get that boy up out here, they're going to play the Kendrick song. So that's how far they going. The Kendrick mix with the Universal, all that takedown of Drake reminds me of the No Diddy campaign for Diddy. Like, they going all out. But see, I know how to go all out, and I'm not even in their position. I just work on behalf of God. Like, how this shit comes together, the timing, everything is like a God sense. I had a couple of things I want to say. So I pushed into the Puff song. I put my daughter on the song. The timing was so perfect. She went in, rapped it. She said, I'm getting sleepy. So she said, okay, good night. And that was the end. And she was giving me like the Lil Kim on the old Bad Boy record. So that's why we put that. And the idea was family. It's so many people who dad actually killed somebody, and they would do anything to have their dad home. The two twins, and Christian, lost, their mama died and their daddy in jail. And everybody running around listening to murder music, right? But being like, Puff is the enemy. And when I see all these videos, all tapes, everything, Puff more like my twin. Me and him got into it because it's just like I'm telling these top 5 niggas, it's like, yo, actually we probably could be friends, but nigga, you ain't bringing none of that shit over here, nigga. Y'all niggas ain't as crazy as me. And that's why I asked Puff back in the days. It's like, man, how you just made it through all this shit night shit? He's like, I'm the craziest one, nigga. It's like, so once them people, we family, we can get into it. But they started taking that shit too far. I started taking it personal at a certain point with Puff, like all of the media. Because I wake up every day, whether I did some pop.
In my humble opinion, and I hope I'm wrong about this, it's going to be a matter of time before they take this dude out in a financial sense. I mean, if they want to do it the other way, they can do it the other way. But as many crazy things that he has done over the years, and I get it, but some say he did most of the sacrificing, which I don't believe. I mean, I don't believe he sacrificed his mother. I really don't believe that. I don't believe he would put his. I don't believe he will put his kids on blast. But once you do something in the public eye, which is sus. It's like it's hard to believe things, but you have to like listen with a moral lens. Sometimes I do not like his goofy ass, but I understand where this is heading. I understand where he's coming from because I'm listening, right? I'm listening to what he is saying, and I'm listening to what the people who he's talking about. This is Hollywood anyway. This is Hollywood. This is Hollyweird. This is what, when you tell when you're telling tales, when you tell tales this long, you're absolutely telling the truth. Your truths. And some of the truth that he is telling is the truth. We just have to listen, and we listen and we analyze this shit every day, because this is the year. This is what the age of AI. This is the age of computer, AI generated generations to come. Well, we can just Google stuff and it can be true, but we also need to be careful to not use AI 100% of the time. because it could tell you one thing. You can totally believe that what it's telling you, but it's not 100% true. The AI can tell you that the sky is green, and you'll look up and say, there's a little bit of green up there, but you know the sky is freaking blue. Come on now. Don't go by what everyone tells you. Do not go based on what everyone tells you. Do your own research.
Positive, negative, somebody got something negative to say. You know what I'm saying? So I relate to our idea of being torn down by the media. You know what I'm saying? But keep going. I know, because we got a short amount of time. I just want to hit you with that. Yeah.
No, I mean, so like the whole thing about, and even what is the outfit, the swastika, I think some people they feel like they're spreading hate and
I'm sorry,
encouraging violence versus people.
The thing that I forgot to say was, when my daughter was put on song, that's when I realized that I didn't own their name and likeness. So watch this. All the brands that I've made, I don't get the name and likeness ownership, or at least 50-50 with my kids. So how's it joint custody? My kids are celebrities, and I don't have to say so. So watch this one. So this white woman and this white family have the control of these highly influential black kids that are half the children of Ye. And that's just in everybody's face. And they was playing in my face like that. You know, I try to go to Champagne and keep it calm. And my dad would call me, say, "Hey, don't go in on that woman because it's going to affect the children." But now it's like, it's war. Y'all niggas, they think they too powerful. The Jews think they too powerful. They could get Cardi to play with me. They think they too powerful. They think they could get Kim to play with me. The Jews and the whites above the Jews. You get what I'm saying? My life is on this shit now. These are my children. Cardi, you could leave me off the album and do that faggot-ass trap shit if you want. But now you mention my daughter, like the whole plan is that y'all gonna pull my kids into y'all, whatever the word is, Illuminati system, and I don't have no say-so of my kids? Nigga. And anybody close, whether it's the Jews, whether it's Cardi, anybody within my reach, I'm doing everything legally in my power, everything of my fucking mastermind. You get what I'm saying? That's why I'm about to tweet this shit. I want Kendrick to always remember that Jay-Z tweet before he ever crossed the line.
Okay.
Nobody that worked for none of these fucking labels wanted with the king. I am the Don. Lucian, don't send none of your motherfucking slaves. Don't send nobody, because they getting their head torn off. Quick. We ain't got no problem. Ain't no motherfuckers. I'm the only king. I'm the only nigga that'll go up against these niggas. I'm the only nigga that survived through this shit. You know what I'm saying? Me, pussy ass, faggot ass, pink polo ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never killed nobody ass nigga. Fuck all you niggas. All you street niggas, all you rap niggas, just any nigga that ever said something about my fucking hat. None of these niggas, Jay-Z, Beyonce, you ain't helped me when I fucking was having problems with my kids. You could have used your influence. No, your influence is for politics. Your influence is how you could use a nigga you never wanted to sign anyway, that Dame signed. You ain't show up to my first fucking wedding. You ain't my family. I always wanted some kind of family. Never have family out here. So what the fuck?
Starting to get a little interesting. Especially with the whole 50 Cent internet. Now, that's what originally what I was going to do was the 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, and Nelly situation where I think 50 bought like 45 years of studio time down there. So he basically got studio right up there, you know. And he put on his suit and tie, and some politicians came to him, and he was going to vote for Proposition number 2, whatever that is. I didn't give into full details of what Proposition number 2 was. But whatever it was, pissed off a lot of his fans, pissed off a lot of his customers, pissed off a lot of people. So stay tuned for that. This might be a switch. This might be a switch. But let me continue.
And then they take my actual blood family from me in my face. All right, so go ahead. I just had to get that stream of content. Thank you very much, sir.
Of course. I mean, I'm intrigued by, and I think people look at some of the stuff you say on face value. I see how, you know, there's three themes that come across with everything with you.
Yeah.
It's betrayal, it's being used, and your ideas, whether it's what you say or what you create, being censored. And I think every time I see it, no matter what you do, it falls under one of those. Like betrayal, there's a shit ton of people.
Yeah.
I mean, like even the J.
What first and foremost, what makes Ye think that Jay-Z gives a fuck about friends? What Jay-Z did was a mastermind, a masterpiece. Same thing what he did to his partner in crime. Damn, I'm fucking up the name. He let most of his friends go. People, he let go of Beans. He let go of a whole bunch of people. You know what I mean? So I mean the name is slipping on me for the person who I really want to say. The name is slipping on me. I ain't get enough sleep, but I'll think of it. I'll think of his name in a minute. But Dame Dash, thank you. Dame Dash helped him on a lot of shit. Helped create Rockefeller, helped create his brand, and Jay-Z did his thing. He just took shit, not saying he's not saying that he's not a great rapper, because he is good. He is just not great. I mean, let's just face it. He took shit from Biggie. He took shit from a lot of people. And he made it his own. And he took people for granted and just ran with it. That's a masterpiece. That is a fucking masterpiece. That's why him and Nas didn't get along that good. And I think Nas won that battle with the whole Ether thing. I did say it because I love Ether. Not saying that when he did the blueprint, and I forgot what song that was, and he ethered Nas and Nas ethered him right back, like with the whole Ether thing. That was amazing. The next thing you know, Nas is on Rockefeller. And then Nas went to crashing out. You put everybody on board. Kanye, Twister was on Rockefeller. But anyway, Ye pretty much did it. He's pretty much sending a message. He's pretty much sending the message for any and everybody, especially when people are young and fresh and are in the Hollywood scene. So people should take this interview with not just a grain of salt, but take this as a lesson. When you come into Hollywood, nobody is your friend. But when people often give you advice, I suggest you, like Jaguar Wright, I suggest you take it. Take it for what it is.
You don't regret the tweet, because if he said something about your daughter, you'd probably be upset, right?
He should be upset. You know, I ask people, Like if I know somebody that's woke, like I knew this girl that only like hangs around really super woke, like some of like fat black girl models is like her friends type shit. And I was like,
I said that
yo,
already.
you gotta tell me, you know what tweets y'all didn't like.
Yeah.
You gotta tell me what hurts so I could do it more.
Why?
Because that's when we're weakening the enemy. We're breaking them down. All this, I'm a fat bitch on the runway. I'm so powerful. No, you're not. You're causing death. That shit is unhealthy. Let's do statistics on black obesity rates. Everything that's being pushed in the media is about decentralizing and tearing down communities. Even I low-key feel like the ICE is like basically like doing to the Latin communities what they did to the black communities. It's everything to decentralize, remove the fathers. Also, I had this theory that I just wanted to say, wait a second, I have another theory. It's about football and music industry, but I want you to get that that Jay-Z answer. You get what I'm saying? Because everybody's like, what about the fact that everybody knows what I'm saying is true related to that photo that I put up with my youngest daughter, right? But everything is like, but you offended Jay-Z. Fuck him. Fuck him. You know what I'm saying? Put it like this. Why? Let's take it to money. How much money do you think Jay-Z make off my catalog versus what I make off it? Next subject.
Well, some people might feel like, well, like even with the situation with kids, I hear you speak about that a lot. Like nobody really spoke on your behalf. Yeah. But even when you speak about Kim, people might be like, well, you picked her. Like you put yourself in that.
Absolutely, I did. That was my fault.
Maybe they're saying that you don't take accountability.
No, that was my fault. I didn't want to have children with this person after the first 2 months of being with her. But that wasn't God's plan. But my issue with all these faggot ass celebrity niggas is, if you ain't gonna speak on my behalf of the situation I'm in right now with my children or where I was when I asked for the help years ago, don't talk about my political views. Plus your T. Like, nigga, I bled for you. If nigga asks you about me, say we ain't speaking on Ye. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how y'all looking at me like a Vic, because you a street nigga. But it ain't that time no more. I'm the lawyer off Carlito's way. I'm the boss. You niggas is broke.
Sidebar. And I know I should address this earlier, but why is he looking like a Klansman?
You niggas is not masterminds. And you niggas should never have ever gone. Look at John Legend, old sissy ass. I ain't never do nothing wrong to that nigga. I changed generations of his life. And they got out that faggot ass hot sweater nigga come up and just, this nigga wears sweaters in motherfucking August and Barbados. John Legend and mashed potato. So, no, they say he smell like mashed potatoes. I don't know where I got this from.
No, they used to be your guy though. And like, so all these relationships, are they repairable? Like even the Pusha, the Jay, the like, there's a long list. Stephen Carter, like I feel like, I know you say you want to hurt them, but you might overstep the line where maybe at a point Jay's like, man, I'm cool. Like I think after that tweet, he definitely, and I don't know if these are relationships that's salvageable.
Why would I want to salvage relationships with
to a lot of people?
Why would I want to salvage relationships with broke ass slaves and slave herders? Like everybody. So this is what I'm saying. The Jay-Z thing leads me to the NFL. Why do they want a Drake to be out of there? Why do they want somebody with no hits like Kendrick to do the Super Bowl? Right. This is a theory I had. The people that run the Super Bowl had to come to people who run the music industry and be like, you guys, you're letting your niggers get out of hand. Oh my God, that Kanye. Would somebody take a knee for it? Where's he out of there? See, that's the problem. You let them last too long. In our league, they're for 2 years, 3 years, they're out of there. We deal with we got Tom Brady. He's great. We made Mahomes throw that fucking Super Bowl, so Tom could get his 7th ring and shit. But like, you guys at the music industry, what you got to do, start getting smaller artists and put them on. We're going to set you up. We're going to take Rolling Loud. We're going to connect them with Live Nation. And then we're going to get a bunch of small artists. And then, you'll be able to make your money off of that. And then, if we take, Cardi's doing good, we'll make them take the blue pill. We'll have them rap about Skims. And then mention Northwest. We love Northwest. Kanye, don't worry about him. He's a lunatic. Don't worry about him. Does any of that sound right or sound accurate to you?
Yeah, if you look, it does seem like I don't know if it's that control, but you could see,
Wait a second. You don't think you can see my eyes through the mask right there? You don't know if it's that control.
So I'm the person who, again, I'm not gonna normalize me and where like I'm the guy on Twitter, but I'm like, wait, you really think there's like this hidden hand that's really kind of moving in this direction, or it just kind of happens to be?
Do you think it's not? Do you think it's a possibility it's not? You think it's just all by chance and shit?
I would be opposed to it, but it feels like a little bit more. That's why a lot of people are intrigued too. Yeah. Because if probably one of the richest rappers ever is
not probably, definitely, but keep going on.
When you've gotten to the heights, and I'll say you're the greatest hip hop artist ever. When that person's then telling us it's like that, you then got to step back and be like, he knows definitely something we don't know.
Yeah.
Did he? That's a good. This is good. This is good coming from Craig. Craig says, this is what Kanye wanted, but he didn't understand how deep that rabbit hole went. Now he wants support. This is key. Most Negroes who just produce and then come up in the ranks as being one of the number one. He was number one. Oh my God, Ye was number one. Even though I didn't like Ye like that, he just has some good ass songs that I love to listen to. I was stuck in the airport for like 24 hours listening to nothing but Kanye. And he has some good ass songs, but it's like once you go deep into that rabbit hole and you meet the people who and like in Howard's damn it. The actor, the nigga from Hustle and Flow, what is his name? But anyway, I'm all over the place. All these actors and all these rappers that are coming up, some of them, they already knew the deal. They already know the game. And like I said, this is the reason why I respect Corey Holcomb. This is the reason why I respect Corey Holcomb. Because he doesn't let nothing like this. He didn't let nobody like, Puffy, Diddy looking Terrence Howard. Thank you. When he was looking deep into your eyes and telling that, you know what this is. It was like, I can send you your demo. I can send you my demo. I can send you my 6x9. I can send you my picture. I can send you my audition tape. And a guy that can really take you up at the top. All they do is give you that look. That's called the casting couch. That is called the casting couch. You sit your ass on that casting couch, you're asking for it. Terrence Howard, he knew what it was. That's why when he asked for more money for the Iron Man project, they had to let him go, and Don Chino took over that project. But he knew what that was. Robert Downey Jr. basically ignored his ass. Robert Downey Jr. got paid more than Chris Evans, Chris Hemsworth, all of them combined, but they still got more than enough of their share. What did Chadwick Boseman get for let's say Black Panther? I'll wait. The biggest amount that Chadwick Boseman got out of that deal was $3 to $4 million. $3 to $4 fucking $million. While Chris Evans, Robert Downey Jr., and Chris Hemsworth got $10 million. Ain't that interesting? TMK Media in the building. Salute to you, my brother. It's been a long time since I met you. Without a dope beat. Step 2. Let's continue.
And I think that's where we're also trying to like watch you and even listen. Even if people don't like some of the stuff you say, they're trying to figure out what connect the dots and really see what's going on.
Well, you know what? I'm a leader and I channel and I don't see everything. You know, I didn't picture us being here right now. I didn't have this vision yesterday, but I had one bag with me. I just got my leather outfit and it was there. So it's meant, and I always thought, wow, that would make a really iconic interview setting. And I'm happy that I'm not sitting in it. And this is now making the movie. Like I said, with the North situation on the song with his son and the new artist, Jasmine Williams, it happened like that. Certain things I lean into. People think I'm strategic. The enemy might, my enemy, our enemy might think I'm strategic, but I'm not strategic. I just lean into what I really feel and I say my truth, and whatever comes with it comes with it. But my truth is so obvious to so many people because people are not allowed to say their truth to the point where they psych themselves out to think it's not true. And then so I'm not saying people's truth, I'm saying people's feeling now. Because your truth can be told to you, you could be programmed, but your gut is going to have millions of lifetimes of information. So when I go and I tweet, especially now, I'm speaking to people's gut feeling. Like Iggy, not taking sides, but she going to do everything in her power to make sure Onyx never is next to Kris Jenner. And you know why, and she knows why. That girl came from Australia, then no family in the middle of Miami. Now she's out here in California, and her whole goal as a mom is to keep her son as far away from Kris Jenner as possible. And we all know why. We all know those sex tapes are signed for. We all know those children, just in general, celebrity exploitation. Like when my daughter wants to rap, it's a thing where, damn, you really want to get into this game like this? And it's this balance. I had people around me. I was like, yo, this man Cardi is calling my baby mama, rapping about Skims, and then saying he need vocals. She made a supporting slip. Needs vocals for the album. And the man was like, well, that will blow her up. I said, this is my daughter, nigga. And see, that's the time when nigga hear me screaming from the other room and be like, why he's screaming?
Wait, who said they would blow her up?
Well, I purposely didn't say the names and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to. Anybody that never spoke out against me publicly, I'm not gonna speak out against them publicly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
did I answer that? So it's just God. I'm just channeling.
Yeah.
I'm just channeling something. So I ain't telling y'all to follow me or do not. Yeah, people are not even in a position to follow me. It's like I could change hearts and minds, perception. But at the end of the day, you still got to go work for a white man. You still got to work for a Jewish man that works for a white man. The black dollar has been so decentralized since gentrification and the fall of Black Wall Street that it's next to impossible for a community to get on their feet, get past the drugs, the food. The food's the original drug. The hurting, the fucking 25%. Definite, not chance, but definitely being locked up, the abortion rates. Like our position, I don't have the exact answer to the equation of how to get out of where we are, but I'm not gonna say we're not in where we are. And this might be some Star Wars shit where it take generation after generation after generation where it be north and it be this and be that, but it's like you either on this side of it or you on that side. Cardi took the
He's saying something deep here. He is saying something deep. We just gotta have that soaked in. What up? We have to like soak that in a little bit. Kanye is not bullshitting about that. Kanye is not bullshitting about what society, black society, is doing or should be doing. We're soaking up, eating up all this poison. And we should be kings and queens, or we should be what Dr. Claude Anderson put it years ago. We should be in a position of competitiveness. But right now, we're just consumers. I wouldn't mind if we were consumers of other black cultures and black nations. But we're not. We're here in the United States, and we're just soaking up a whole bunch of bullshit. But let me continue.
blue pill. But he made his name off of the red pill. The Matrix. The red pill is the niggas like Neo. The blue pill are the agents. So now Cardi is an agent. And you will see him like, you see on the joint where somebody touches them and then they become the agent?
Yeah.
That's what happened. They come, them Jewish people come, the record people come, they'll say, they literally called Ty Dolla and said, and this is coercion. That's why these niggas gonna be locked up someday. They'll come to you, they said, Ty, you have to denounce Ye publicly, or we're gonna drop your artist, Leon. We're gonna cancel all your tours. So they on some mob shit. So it's die, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They up here threatening niggas, stopping their money. This is real life shit off of a statement, off of me wearing a motherfucking chain, off of me wearing they pain, but they playing off of our pain. But if I wear a piece of their pain, then they're gonna threaten to destroy everything moving, everyone around it, destroying people's lives. We're going to destroy Leon's life. Leon did a whole scissor album, and now we're gonna destroy his life.
Because I would imagine he would give you a call and say, "Yay, I'm in a tough spot." Like, you know, and again, I think you said something important. You're not expecting everybody around you to be dick riders and agree with you, but when they speak out against you, you feel like it's either necessary or that's a form of betrayal, right?
Yeah, like Ty put up the tweet before we landed. He said, "I gotta say something." I said, "Say I'm not racist, but Ye is." We agreed upon that. When I landed, he put up, "I don't condone hate speech." You letting these niggas put words in your mouth. I 100x'd, 137x'd his career. Not one, not two, not 20, 137x'd it. And while I'm on a plane, you put up word by word Jewish vernacular. My thing is we could sit and talk it out. I know they on your head, but nigga, you don't got to denounce me, period. And if you do, you talk to me about how we gonna do it. See all these street niggas and this niggas running around with guns, got bodies. They think they boss, so they think I'm a motherfucking Vic or some shit. They think because I give niggas high salaries, nigga, I'm a billionaire, nigga, I don't give a fuck about that shit. See, this is my issue with Jim Jones, right? So he says he's gonna get a jib or a div. I don't know what the fuck the word is, but basically, like, he gonna get a percentage if he introduced me to this crypto nigga, right? Mm-hmm. And I know this shit sound like a Tarantino movie. Jim Jones wants me to meet with Mr. Pink to make $2 million off a crypto coin. Next Tarantino film, right? So then I found out before the second meeting that he was going to make this money. So.
Did he tell you?
No, he said that he's going to get a percentage. He didn't tell me what it was, and he didn't say he's going to give me a piece of it either. When I found out how much money it was, I was like, you know what? One second. Hello. Yeah. But watch. And I was the money was a bit behind my back. I didn't really know about it. People be doing shit behind my back. My issue with Jim was we working on clothes. And I said, look, send me a PDF. For anybody who doesn't know, it's like a group of pictures in a folder that you send to the iPhone. You could do like 300 pictures, 10 pictures on it, 10 pages. I said, send me a PDF of all the ideas, all the young niggas you know in New York. Let me see all of this shit right now. Let the king see everything that's happening, right? This man tells me, I don't know how to make a PDF. That was way more disrespectful to me than a nigga figuring out how to get the $2 million. Do you understand why? Because this shit to my face, nigga. You gonna lie to me about a fucking PDF, you faggot ass nigga? After I sat and took the meeting for you, you took the money and I ain't even asked your broke ass for a percentage?
Maybe you didn't know how to do it.
Do you think one of his young niggas knew how to do it?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think that he could have figured it out after that nigga made $2 million?
Definitely.
Next subject.
Definitely. What is the real thing with you and Drake? Like I've always been confused. It feels like I can't tell if it's a love-hate thing. I've watched hundreds of hours of you talking about just interviews, and at a point it felt like the energy shifted, and then we just started seeing it everywhere, and I can't tell what is it.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, I was on mute. Dark Lake Revive in the building. Yes, sir. What I said was, I'm trying to reach a goal this week of trying to reach 50 bones this week. So if you can find it in your heart, if you can find it in your heart, if you know, because I know Black people are struggling. If you find a way to super chat, not cash, or cash app, not super chat, because super chat is very, very funny style. A brother with twos and fews, $2, $2 here, $5 there, be much, much appreciated. But do hit that like, share, and subscribe. Do hit that like button, share, subscribe, and if you like, please become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. Please do.
It's like family members that you don't fuck with. Like, I appreciate. One thing is, Drake is a million times better than Kendrick and a million times more important. You know what I'm saying? What Future has done, Thug, what Drake just culturally is. That shit last year, I couldn't even barely sit through that shit. That shit was insane, bro. That shit had Lucy and Grange, Universal, Drake lawsuit shit.
You want me to get see? That's that negative shit right there. You want me to sell to our people. That's not like you, Craig.
Written all over it. This shit, I align. At the end of the day, all this shit I'm saying, Jim Jones, Kendrick did, all these celebrities, The funny thing is we're all in the same boat. But while we're on that boat, we're also fighting amongst each other. And as I get stronger and stronger, I get more into a position of being who I really am. But right now, or maybe I get into that position right now, but where I was yesterday, it was like, how the fuck I'm supposed to lead y'all and you got these niggas that's running y'all making you fuck with me? So none of y'all niggas can fuck with me or will fuck with me, and if you fuck with my daughter, then I'm sitting down for that. So, and that's my stance on it. It's like, nigga, I make music better. I push but niggas don't, no one make music that's nowhere near as good as music. Like when I made Moon, it basically ended Frank Ocean's career. He ain't have a song since then. You know, sipping some wine. Like, nigga, like I knew, I heard it. I was like, oh, this nigga's never gonna be able to make another album again. I wanna go to the moon. Any genre of music that anyone has, I make a better version of it.
No. 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 Not Frank Ocean. Not Mr. Novocaine. No, God, no. No, not Frank Ocean. Damn it. You're a pawn. Most of these niggas is pawns. I just wanted to get that shit out there.
10 times stronger at music than anyone living. But then in 5 territories, okay, what do I do? Clothing, this, political stance, social media, expression, gravitational pull, momentum creating, all that. So what do we do with that? Why do I go at the celebrities? Because they're in the way. They're making, as J. Cole said, false idol. Nigga, you're the false idol. You can't fuck with me no day. They're the false idols. They want to put people.
Yep, gotta stop the show and acknowledge. Excuse me. I gotta acknowledge Mr. Dark Lake. Dark Lake Revive with the $10 holla. Vis-a-vis through Cash App. Definitely appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. Thanks for the love.
That's ISO. Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Fucking my post, say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Fucking my post, say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah. Heard them lanes was talking now and we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch them know that I be.
Thanks for the love. What's going on? I gotta get some water. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the contribution. Thank you. Much love to you, bro. Now let's continue.
Camouflage the truth, the goal, the true God. And everybody know, all of them know what it is. All of them needs to work for me. Drake need to be my writer. Trav need to be my producer like how it always was. But somebody, they pull them to the side, they Virgil them niggas. See, the thing is, Virgil going to LVMH, the black situation don't change. Kamala, vice president, the black situation don't change. Or the world situation, period. Obama president, the world situation don't change. Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, Ye, Disney, Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes changed flight. You know what I'm saying? And if you watch The Aviator, him as a white man, him because he's a maverick, they fuck with him. They fuck with him. At the end of the day, y'all fucking with me But I'm here to just tell y'all that y'all can't fuck with me. That's the whole idea. Like,
Why say fuck Virgil after he passed? I think a lot of people feel like he's not here to defend himself, and that I think people are just confused by that. We get the story of how you guys kind of separated and how you feel, but they always say sometimes when someone passes away, you can't be for the dead man. It feels like you still have a little bit of animosity there.
I'm evil.
You don't think about like his family and other people that love him?
I am an evil person.
You don't think that? I feel like you've always represented God-fearing ideals, though.
Yeah.
So how does that? How could you identify that person?
God has the wrath. You only play with God for so long. Niggas is out here playing games. Don C and him starting RSVP behind my back. This nigga taking money, like kind of the Jim Jones situation. Oh, Ye gonna come to the club. I was Louis Vuitton. They take that position. They put him in that position. They build the anti-Kanye club at Nike. Everybody that worked for me. And what best put it in perspective is Virgil is the Jesus of the niggas that work for me, right? Because every nigga that worked for me would have rather been me. Why do I have problems with almost every celebrity? Because they're jealous. And they should be, because I'm better than them. Because I'm more anointed and I'm appointed. And I understand the jealousy in the hearts of men. But they have to understand the wrath of the king also. All these pussy faggot niggas could shut the fuck up. Don C pussy ass. Supposed to be the realest nigga alive. You know what I'm saying? I remember him sitting with me and saying, bro, what's up with this red hat, bro? What's up with this red hat? They told me, who's they, nigga? They told me that, if you don't stop wearing a hat, man, they're going to give it. And they named a rapper right here. Now, I love this rapper, so I don't even want to, put him in this conversation. But it was like a they, the invisible hand, the people. You know damn well that Super Bowl, that Kendrick Super Bowl, and that Grammy Super Bowl had invisible hands on it. Like everyone culturally fucking knows that. They fucking know that. So watch. Don C tells the nigga A-side. The nigga A-side will talk about the other day with the scoliosis, right? First of all, like I said, I make it clear. This nigga come up to me talk about how my teeth don't look good. I was like, nigga, you telling me about something that look good? And of course, he's Tremaine's friend, and it bothered me. Win-win, A-side, because it bothered me every day after you said that. Like, yo, how do I let this nigga, that nigga say some shit to you, and like 10 minutes later, you're like, yo, how I even let this shit happen? Yeah. Right? So, but A-side did give me a bar. He said, Don C once told me, and this is towards the end of the conversation, the last time I ever spoke to him. He said, man, and Don C was working for me at this time. Man, I'm glad Ye didn't get the Nike deal. And when I didn't get the Nike, it was heartbreaking. So because I had the fucking Yeezys. I was on the second Yeezy. And I'm like, we about to make the biggest. We about to make Yeezy at Nike. We about to tear people's heads off. You know what I'm saying? I'm a nigga from Chicago. I got the hottest shoe. I'm at Nike. It wasn't no J. Cole, Kendrick, Trav, Drake, Virgil. I was all of them in one, right? Before they started putting all these battery packs, Lucian battery packs, LVMH battery packs by each one to distract from the true leader and shit. So Don C then says to A-side, I'm glad Ye didn't get the deal because it wouldn't have gave no one else a chance. Well, who's the one? 4 people that work for me. So that means all 4 people that work for me was going into the meetings with me, working on designs for me, then shaking hands with people behind my back. They wasn't really with the kid.
I mean, I kind of understood how. Well, it's not just the ego thing. It's not just the ego thing. Everybody has an ego, but understanding, I know where this thing that he has inside of him, this hatred, this animosity towards other artists like Jermaine Dupri, which Jermaine Dupri sounds suspect-ish to me. But, I mean, all these Negroes sound suspect. All of them. And Dr. Dre just has a big-ass ego. Dr. Dre, he does a song for you, he's going to want $1 million up front. No question asked. He ain't doing nothing without that $1 million. So that's the ego part. But everybody like, oh my God, like it's crazy. So now I understand. I understand where the animosity is coming from, because he wants to be that guy. The whole billionaire part, you're not a billionaire anymore, but you do have millionaire status. And he's lucky they didn't take that away from him. He is lucky they didn't take that shit away from him. He is damn lucky they didn't take that shit away. He is still in the millions, not in the billions anymore, but he's still in the millions. He still has enough leeway room to throw up middle fingers in the air and say, screw you. All right. But I mean, he's still making songs here and there, but I don't know. I just don't know. And he's wearing all this wicked ass clothing so people won't see him. He's trying to hide from the paparazzi, basically. But I get how you're doing it. Iggy Azalea. And let me remind you of all the women who come in the industry. Either you coming in butt naked, fresh. That's what butt naked is. You coming in fresh. You coming in butt naked, or you doing corn. Corn. I mean, corn. That's the industry for you. I think it was a few weeks ago, they had like at least a whole bunch of 2 people. I ain't gonna mention no names, and they had like sponsors from. They had sponsors from Gorilla, and they had sponsors from Cardi B. Cardi B's an agent. I'm just gonna say it off top. Cardi B's a fucking agent. Meg Thee Stallion's an agent. All of them are agents. I'm starting to look at Nicki Minaj. I think Nicki Minaj is one of the biggest agents that there is. And if you look real hard, she's not innocent in none of this shit. None of it. Let me continue.
King. Faggot ass Virgil, faggot ass Don C, faggot ass Matt Williams, and faggot ass Jerry Lorenzo. 4 faggots.
I mean,
and also, you got to run this shit straight.
Yeah.
You can't chop it up. You can chop it, you can do whatever. It's like they chopped up the Bible, the word still came through. Imagine you try to chop the word faggot at his interview, it would be like 3 sentences.
You know, as we talk about,
you stupid Greg, stop it.
Just like you've been throwing it around like you don't give a damn. How do you feel about like people like, you know, speech is censored a lot.
You know what? When he says agate, this is pretty much is that's a man who tells the truth.
What would you say? It feels like you're trying to take off those shackles, and it's like you said, woke is dead.
Yeah. Sorry, I was supposed to leave 18 minutes ago.
No. So you're going to Japan for real.
And we black men, these industries are extorting us. Black on black violence. Information is key. These niggas are setting you up. Yeah, I could definitely see that, but perfect setup. You mentioned my daughter, so now I get to end the movie. and I'm gonna end the movie with somebody for sure.
Do you think he did that purposely, or do you think he just thought it was kind of trendy because Kim acknowledges? Again, there are some people who feel like it's just random coincidences, and it looks like you're like, no, you're doing that to fuck with me because
If
you left me off the album.
if you my dog, what one of my actual friends or someone that could call my daughter their niece will reach out to a woman that I got issues with, obviously. That's some faggot shit. I ain't no street nigga. I'm the pink polo pussy faggot and shit. But I know that is not street code. I know that part. Like, is that okay? That part of it. Before we even get to me being mad.
No, I get it. Like, if it's like an ex. Like, why you hitting on my ex? You know what I mean? Like, if you my man's and I don't fuck with my ex or I don't fuck with my baby moms, why you even acknowledging her?
Why? And you're fucking reposting my baby mom and not even reposting me. You was the first feature on Donda. It's like the Cardi shit is like the final heartbreak. I don't give a fuck about this black mother. How these niggas run up, nigga? Come kill me then, nigga. Come kill me because a motherfucking coward dies 1,000 deaths. And it's the final heartbreak. Niggas using you, you know what I'm saying? It's like this.
Why weren't you on the album? Like, it seems like if you felt like you were going to be, like you guys worked on, did you work on music?
Yes.
That was gonna be on
the nigga, the day I did Wheels Fall Off, that's when the nigga Cardi got the song with Thug and Ty and shit. We was in the studio. We was working on, he sent me the song. We was talking about doing a mixtape. And then, this gentleman named Peter told me like on Wednesday or Thursday to it, whatever it was like, oh, this Cardi album is going up Friday. I said, I called him. I say, bro, where's our song? But on that note, it feels like on Cardi album, like he's doing everybody a favor though too. He need to have all them fucking features. It felt like, oh, he hot right now, and he had to do Uzi a favor or this a favor, that favor, and it's just like, and this level, obviously the album could be better. At this level, it's a different level of experience that's needed to handle 30 songs. To understand how to be running those producers. Like Cardi's a genius in his own right. It's another thing to run that Donda Stadium. And it's just what they call it, ambitious. Like that amount of songs is really ambitious. And a big thing is like, how did you do that without me just as your producer mind, whether I was on it or not? It's like, y'all keep on wanting to do like the last Kendrick album, not that, but the previous one is like a direct copy of
Mr. Morale and Big Stuff.
Yeah, of fucking Pablo. I'll show you. It's like, oh, these are the drums from this song. This is the approach to this song. This is because I be in here like just inventing new approaches to a song and shit. Oh, we're gonna drop the drums like this on Blood and Leaves. I'm gonna make the ending of Runaway last as long. And you know, I'm the type I will share anything and everything with whoever. I would do collaborations, or I did, and it's just too much. Where as soon as the shit get hot, no one is like, yo, nah, this nigga, you know what I mean? It's.
You think they take the sauce and run off with it, then forget about it.
Forget about it. And then they go against me for like political shit. You know how many fucking rappers and celebrities went against me for the Trump shit? Then I understand with the Jewish shit, but you know I wasn't lying on that shit. And now the Cardi shit, it was the perfect combination of me not having a name and likeness and me finding out about that shit, to me being left out the album on some faggot ass Trav shit, to him calling, what's that?
What do you mean Trav?
Trav left me off his album, took 4 of my songs from the ranch in Wyoming. Yeah. My choruses, my exact singing lines replaced me with him or with other people, put Future Scissor on the joints, took me off.
Oh, you can't hear it, Bridge? I have it up all the way 100%. Let me see what I can do.
I felt with no explanation, shit just comes out.
So what are these conversations like? You guys aren't talking like, why are you doing this? Yeah. Because we see the frustration, but what are they telling you? Are they apologizing?
They're not telling, but we know why they're doing it. We know why. You know why. I know why.
Oh, DJ Akademiks is very known. DJ Akademiks is very well known. So, and it's not like, well, let me just say this. It's lucky and fortunate to have this conversation with Gay. You know what I'm saying? Because Kanye, even though the name still reigns out there, he's not as big as what he used to be. But I would be shocked if he did a interview with Jay-Z or LeBron James, because like I said, they're in billionaire status. You're not gonna get a billionaire unless you are so important. You are so important to put your story out there that they're willing, or excuse me, what they're willing to put your story out there in the atmosphere. Just like Beyonce. You're not gonna have an interview with Beyonce unless you're that important. Because to them, you're not important. You're not. But Kanye puts, even though it's weird as it sounds, he puts his truths out there. Some of these truths are very, very truthful. It's like an asshole, right? It's like an asshole. Everybody has an opinion, but those opinions are actually facts. You just gotta. Like I said, it's weird. It's very, very weird. It's just like I said, what he did to those paparazzis, and I haven't forgotten what he did to those paparazzis was kind of effed up, but he does it to protect his image. He does it to protect his image. Now I don't excuse what with the whole Kardashian situation. I don't condone none of that. I do not condone none of that shit. But hey, they have millionaire status. They have millionaire status. I don't know why. I don't know what the Kardashians do other than to sit there and look devilish. There's some devilish human beings there. All of them. Like, what do you do? My wife was looking at the Kardashians. Like, why are you looking at these cave bitches? Why? They're interesting. What do they do? Because Greg Jenner, he used to be this music artist. I don't care. That's like Hilton, Kelly Hilton, or whatever her name is. Yeah, a sleep around. That's all they're doing is just sleeping around. Why does it Ray J? Why is Ray J, Brandy's brother? Why isn't he up on top? He had one hit song. I got one wish. Why isn't he up on top? Why isn't the basketball player that she dated up on top? She's dated a lot. Why isn't it the football player up on top? This was one thing you have to ask yourself. We're going to get to I decided we're going to get to this 50 Cent thing in a minute. Because things are heating up.
Okay, I gotta leave. I have to leave. We could double back on it.
We definitely double back.
Yeah.
One of the last real questions.
All right.
What changed in between? And obviously, bring back Sunday service now, but there was a time.
The nigga from Sunday service tried to hit me for $2 million, Jason White, to run it. It's like, it's always a scam and it's Hollywood shit. But keep going though.
But you used to be on, like, even certain language you felt just wasn't appropriate. You say you didn't want to get into secular music. I mean, I think even that track with 3 Stacks where I think he wanted to curse or something like that. You're like, no, we got to keep it clean. Now when people are seeing how you're speaking, they're like, what happened to that? Yay? Like,
first of all, Negro, I'm about to press block on you. No, I was playing. Sex sells, huh? Sex sells. I wouldn't touch. I'm not muted. I wouldn't touch any of Kardashians, even the ugly one, with let me not say that because y'all some sensitive ass niggas. Y'all some sensitive ass niggas. No, I'm just gonna say it. I wouldn't touch any of Kardashians with Kanye's dick. I wouldn't touch it. It could be it could be it could be gold. I wouldn't touch any of them. I wouldn't touch any of them bitches with his dick. Point blank. Period. End of discussion. Ill. Let's continue. I don't give a damn if they worth $1 billion, nigga.
How do you get from there to here? What changes?
I'll get it clicked out off you. You know what? I'm about to give you 300 minutes.
White people, white people, nobody can
liar
to say, think, talk, or who the fuck to be. And I'm happy everybody's so interested in me being me. I'm so happy that just me doing exactly what the fuck I want to do and saying exactly how the fuck I feel or what I say is so interesting to people.
Did you ever apologize for anything or like not necessarily regret, but like see things you've done or seen people you offended in the past and be like,
yeah, man, God hurts too. It hurt me that I had to hurt Jay. It hurt me. It hurt me. The Cardi shit, it hurts me. This shit, all this shit, I experience pain. People be thinking, oh, is he suicide? No.
Well, you tweeted about that. And we're all worried. You know, I think you're the only one that can do what you do, but primarily because no matter, even if you say some shit that people really don't like, they love you. Right. And you're probably the only hip hop artist or only artist, period, that you're so ingrained in us that will never, and that's why, like, I don't think cancellation could ever work with you because it's like, no matter what, you're always going to make a smile at a point. Because you're Ye. When you start talking and you mentioned suicidal thoughts, what's happening?
We say that, but then people don't see what's happening. Look at the Chicago photo. Then look at the work that I put into Cardi. Then look at me sitting and telling North, like, you got to, we're not going on this Cardi album. I know it's the number one artist. Your friends are like, yo, you're going to be in this Cardi. I know it's very exciting. Like, for a kid like that has everything, to be on a Cardi song is that. And North is like, yo, you got a problem with Cardi? I got a problem with Cardi.
So you're staying toes on you.
Yeah. Should. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what all these faggot-ass raps need to understand. Don't get this Disney shit and this Hulu shit fucked up. I'm her daddy. And I deal with pain and I administer pain also. Yeah, me, pink polo faggot, I administer pain mentally. Because none of these niggas is psycho or as smart as me. At least not the niggas. I can't say for the tech dudes. Okay, that's some other shit. But artists be dumb, bro. It's like they can't even fucking count, bro. Jewish people run their whole shit. The lawyers run their whole shit. Our whole shit. Like, the contracts are set up for us to not read it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't, okay, go out and run a whole record label without a Jewish person. Now take back what I had to say. Start up your whole TV network and shit. Make it run. But no Jewish investors. Let me see how that works. You know what I'm saying? Until motherfuckers could really get their shit together like they Nigerians or like they Chinese or like they're Jewish or like they're the tech Indians or some shit, everything I'm saying counts. And the way, as far as the way I feel or what I'm expressing, I'm saying people want to fuck with me. I'm telling them They can't fuck with me. And anybody that ever went against me, and it's the other shit. I don't really have a problem with Kendrick. I would never call Kendrick a faggot. You know what I'm saying? I don't like what happened with the song and that whole idea. I don't like how they used Kendrick. That's right. And also, I don't like him saying he the number one because I'm the number one. So those are my two things.
People think that that's jealousy.
We'll just leave it there. That was hella interesting. Well, guess what? He may not like Kendrick. He does respect him. He may not like it, but the man got 5 Grammys. And what does Grammy mean? I'm gonna let that sit with you. What does getting a Grammy mean? You made it to the top. You get some special. You get a key to the city. What does it mean? I'm gonna let you marinate on that for a second while we go to the next clip. We might have to do a switcheroo today. We might have to do a little switcheroo today.
We putting cases on all your records.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So let's go to the beginning, shall we? 50 Cent pulls up to Shreveport City Council meeting ahead of G-Unit Legacy Project vote. 50 Cent thanked the local officials for approving the extension of his lease on Millennium Studios.
Good afternoon. I didn't even know I had to speak.
You did.
Somebody said me. Gary did it. No, this is exciting, man. I'm really just excited to be able to be here today. You know, so you guys it's important this project is a legacy project for me. I don't think I've done anything that directly was this project will here in Shreveport.
Well, that's a lie. That is definitely a lie. I would say your savage attacks on Ja Rule definitely affected a lot more people than that. I haven't been able to listen to Ja Rule since. And if you think about it, all the people who got caught up in the Fire Fest can draw a line directly from Ja Rule's involvement in that to being chased out of hip hop. That was you.
And I'm just excited to get to it.
We ready for you to get to it too. We are. You don't know what you heard about us.
No, I try to tell them more roads lead to Shreveport.
I tell them again.
It's going to be that way, whether they like it or not. Because
he tried to tell them all roads lead to Shreveport. I have not heard that in a single 50. Maybe that was in the albums was that an Animal Ambition?
Shouts out to Reese Waters. Keep on bringing the comedy, man, and also keep bringing the truth. Go ahead and subscribe to his channel, man. That's cool, brother, right there. But like I said, this 50 Cent shit is interesting, but it's not like we all knew anyway.
And I ain't never heard that come out of his mouth. But I guess anything to get your lease.
It's the direction that we headed in. You know, creatively, I haven't had an opportunity to affect more people than I have at the moment because film and television, there's no age range. You know, hip hop is a youth culture thing.
Yeah, there definitely should be an age range. Yeah, there definitely should be an age. I know mine on 50 Cent. I can tell you that right now. Hey, you better not be listening to that Get Rich or Die Trying down there. Let me find out he watching Power in the crib.
And I'm going to turn 50 this year. 50 turns 50.
50 turns
50 got to do bigger things. Got to do bigger things.
Okay, so 50 turns 50. And if you're wondering how exactly 50 Cent might mature into this new decade, how does a 50-year-old 50 Cent actually behave?
All roads lead to Shreveport. Yeah, man, we're going to get rid of the jury, man. We got to get to the money now. It's time to get to the money. You see, I got that hole in my sock. I'm hungry again. I got to it now. Let's go, man. Straight to Shreveport like this. I'm going to get me one of these cigars. We'll sit there, we'll get something to smoke, relax. We'll think about who lost the money.
This man who's turning 50 spells Shreveport in money and jewelry on the ground.
I'm sorry, Reese. When I seen this, listen, I will find some way to contribute to your Cash App, bro. I will find a way to contribute because this is some interesting ish that you. Oh my God! Oh shit! This is so interesting shit. I gotta pause here for a second. I just gotta pause here for a second. So we're mad at 50 Cent for buying land and hiring black folks for movies and TV. No, Craig, you missed. I didn't even play the full clip yet. I ain't even playing the full clip. Just relax, my nigga. Relax. Let me not say that. Let me do that again. Relax, my guy. Relax. Do me a favor. For those who are here, for those who are still here, remind me not to say that N-word. Remind me, We-On-Loc Nation, to never ever say that N-word unless it's one of the ones that if it comes up, it's coming up in a way that we know it to be. I'm not using it in a negative connotation anymore. We must know and learn how to change. I'm holding myself accountable, and I'm going to say I will not use that word in negative content ever again. If I do, please remind me. So I want to apologize, Craig, if I ever said that word to you ever in life. Any and everybody, I deeply apologize. Or if it's Negos. Negos is spelled Negus. 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 That is our word. That is our lingo. We will find you. Only you could. Only if you could. Let's continue.
Just in case you were not entirely sure if he was for the people or with the people, or if he had altruistic intentions for the people of Louisiana, just in case you were wondering what his intentions might be, he went ahead and spelled Shreveport in money and jewelry on the ground. He just couldn't help himself. Because I got to think, right? If you wanted to impress upon them that you were here for them, if you were here for the people and not just here for a money grab, if you wanted to make that impression, spelling Shreveport and money and jewelry on the ground would have to be like right at the bottom of the list of things you would do. Like, I can't even think of what's below that. Like showing up in a helmet made of money, maybe.
So I'm gonna get that money. I'm gonna go to Shreveport and we're gonna do it. What in the puffy? What the fuck?
And that's exactly why this hurt. You know, see, this is gonna be a hard one for me to do. It is. And no, I don't mean just because of the spring and summer of 2003. It's not because of that. That was not a good time when Get Rich or Die Trying came out for your boy. I was broke. I couldn't afford the club when the club came on. I couldn't afford the club. I was wearing oversized white tees half the days of the week, and because I couldn't afford to eat, the oversized white tees were largest. No, that wasn't a particularly good time for your boy. That's not why this is going to be hard. This is going to be hard because I concede as somebody that has roots in the comedy world that 50 Cent can be hilarious. I have to see that. He's the man who gave us Pimpin' Curly.
You're gonna go to hell. Hell. I'm going to hell. Yeah. You already in hell, motherfucker. All you do is sit in front of a motherfucking computer all day. Yeah, I'm in front of computers all the time. You know why? Because I'm smart. And you're jealous of me because I'm smart.
I didn't know who you did that.
Get it in.
Now, say what you will about the virtues of taking Rick Ross's baby mama shopping. He was definitely committed to the bit. But at the same time, as the man who gave us Pimpin' Curly and the man who gave us all the Ja Rule slander, he also has taken a much darker turn, as in the afterlife. And I'm talking about going at Michael K. Williams and Irv Gotti posthumously. Yes, that's the kind of character that we're talking about. That's the guy who met with the governor. Governor Jeff Landry thanks rapper 50 Cent for investing in Louisiana. Rapper Curtis 50 Cent Jackson, who's invested $2.3 million into Shreveport, met with Governor Landry and Shreveport Mayor Tom Arsenault on Wednesday back in April. Since May, he's purchased a total of $2.3 million in property in Shreveport's downtown area, paying mostly cash for his purchases of buildings and vacant lots. Now, I wonder what they were talking about. You think they getting ready to make another Raising Canaan?
This is Curtis James Jackson. You might know me as 50 Cent. I have a special message for the people of Louisiana. As you may have heard, I'm now a proud Louisiana property and business owner working hard to bring film and television industry back to Louisiana. I'm working because I have an opportunity to use my influence and make real change in the communities. I want to see more jobs and prosperity in the state of Louisiana. This is why I support the Amendment 2 on your ballot this Saturday. You should too. Don't let anyone confuse you about the Amendment 2. It gives teachers permanent pay raise, it doubles senior citizens tax deduction. This is all good stuff. Voting in favor of the Amendment 2 makes common sense. And this is a bipartisan effort. Every Louisiana State Senate Democrat voted to get the Amendment 2 on the ballot. This one is about the people coming together.
Well, I certainly hope that the footage is better, more clear, that they plan on shooting in Shreveport and the performances as well. But why don't we look into that? Social media lit up in Shreveport with people asking each other, did you get a text or email from 50 Cent asking you to vote yes for Amendment 2? He posted a video and written support for the amendment through his G Unity Foundation. And it wasn't long before people started resharing the video in which the head of G Unit Television and Films introduced himself by his government name, Curtis James Jackson. Some online questioned why he chose a day before the voters in the state were to adopt or deny significant changes to the Constitution to announce his support for the amendment. Louisiana State Representative Tammy Phelps said, I'm hoping Shreveporters are smarter than that. She went on to say, Saturday's election is really, really important to the state of Louisiana because we're changing our Constitution, things that have been best thus far for the state of Louisiana. Now, specifically on Amendment 2.
Amendment 2, Constitutional Amendment 2, Amendment number 2, reducing maximum income tax rate. Number 2, double the standard deductions of senior citizens. Number 3, limiting government growth to insert long-term stability. Number 4, protects against special interest tax breaks. Protects against special interest tax breaks. Number 5, maintain homestead exemption. It took me a while. Maintains homestead exemptions. Number 6, provides fiscal flexibility to increase infestation funding, whatever that word is. Number 7 allows for estimation of the um, in inventory tax, whatever that is, pays off over $2 billion in teachers' pension debt, permanently raises pay. You already said that. Permanently raises pay of teachers and school staff. And last but not least, number 10, keeps more tax dollars in local communities. Now, how many people believe in all that? I mean, there's more to this story than what it's leading on, but let me continue.
It's a proposed overhaul of the longest portion of the state's foundational document, which deals with taxes and government spending. If approved by voters, it would enshrine a regressive tax system where the wealthiest people and corporations pay far lower overall tax rates than people with low incomes. It would eliminate constitutionally protected funds that provide ongoing funding for education and transportation programs and make it harder for state policymakers to deal with the ups and downs of Louisiana's economy. It's likely to leave Louisiana with less revenue at both the state and local levels to pay for essential services that people and communities need in order to thrive. This amendment is being presented to voters in language that is misleading, which fails to capture the true extent of what voters are being asked to consider. It was passed as part of a rushed 16-day special session where the legislature also made wholesale changes to the state tax structure, cutting personal income and corporate taxes or raising the state sales tax to make up a part of the lost revenue. And just in case you've been paying any amount of attention and you question whether or not these things are being proposed in good faith, look no further than Jeff Landry himself, who not only posted, "Don't let Soros money stand in the way of a better Louisiana." That's it. That's it. Nothing says I'm on the level like throwing any opposition at the feet of George Soros. And by the way, something that
Let me skip.
Messages that have been going to black folks. I saw somebody on post on social media. They don't even live in Louisiana, and they got a text message. And so,
not this guy.
You might say, well, who are they utilizing? Who are they having pushed stuff out? Would you believe rapper 50 Cent? Now, 50 Cent just signed a 45-year lease agreement for his studio buildings in Shreveport, Louisiana. This is the video Gary sent me that they have been sending around with 50 Cent backing one of these constitutional amendments. I want y'all to listen.
I think that's a disingenuous position. I can appreciate him coming into our state, but oh boy, mind your business when it comes to this one.
So, and so here's the deal. Let's be real clear. Jeff Landry is MAGA to his core. And it's not like this is about black folk.
Roland, you know what blows me about this? I wasn't going to go there, but I'm going to go there. 50 wouldn't say nothing about the national politics that impacts the entirety of black people in America. Couldn't get you to open your mouth about what black folks should do in the presidential election. Now we got the Department of Education being torn down, where black folks are questioned about so many funding mechanisms that take care of black children, special needs children. Use special needs children in your messaging while they're dismantling the Department of Education, and you're trusting the people who are aiding and abetting that process to govern the state of Louisiana with just and equitable policies. If you don't want to say nothing about the national politics where you have national influence, please don't come down here meddling in our local state issues when you have a platform to be able to influence black people all over this country. But it seems you only want to use that when it's beneficial to you, and I call it bullshit on that.
Well, 50, you showed your G unit, and how'd that work out for you? Louisiana voters reject constitutional amendments, champion Republican governor. Voters said no to each amendment by margins exceeding 60%, according to preliminary results the Secretary of State's office released after voting concluded Saturday evening. I ain't seen a beating like that since I Whoop Your Head Boy. I mean, really, I think they would listen to I Whoop Your Head Boy when they went in there and voted no on all 4 of the amendments. But here's where it gets particularly problematic for you, 50, because it's not over there. Nah. It's not over there, because it's one thing for you to come out and support Jeff Landry and the MAGA Republicans there in Louisiana, and it didn't work out for you. But the people didn't forget. There are Negroes who will never fight for freedom. There are Negroes who seek profit for themselves, alone from the struggle. There are even some Negroes who will go over to the other side. Martin Luther King Jr. That's a great quote. That might make a return. And
you thought it was going to be any different, huh? Just because he did power, you thought it was going to be any different? You thought because he might have, I know he hasn't done more than Jay-Z and Beyonce, but you thought it wasn't going to be any different. I would just say a hood nigga is always going to be a hood Negro, not nigga, but Negro. Is going to be a hood Negro. What isn't what you can't bring out the hood gonna stay in him. He's almost taken a lesson what Jay-Z has been doing. Only thing is, Jay's not out in the public too much. 50 is. But we'll see what transpired in the next couple of years. I'm just surprised that people are actually surprised. Really? You're really surprised that 50 will pull this? Really? I'm stunned that black folks, especially in Louisiana, come on, people, put your thinking caps on, people. Put your dried out thinking caps on and think. You think 50 was gonna think 50 was gonna stand out for you? You thought a rapper that's making millions about to be, no, he's making billions. How much is he worth? Pause. How much is 50 Cent worth? How much is he worth? $40 million. Okay. You can boost it. up. But how he's doing it, he's doing it as very, very slick. Your albums ain't about shit ever since Get Rich or Die Trying. You did another version of Get Rich or Die Trying, which I didn't get none of that, but it was still a good movie. It was basically about his life. The white boy put you on. You let on some degenerate. Well, I want to say that between Lloyd Banks and Tony Yale and Young Buck, Lloyd Banks to me is an artist. I don't give a damn what you say. Lloyd Banks, I got his album. He is the guy. Could have been the guy, but this is the reason why I respect Lloyd Banks a little bit more than I would respect 50. Because he's seen the writing on the wall. He had potential to be this and be that and strive, but what? To get butt fucked in the ass? Yeah, I said it. That's how Hollywood is. That's how Hollyweird is.
We ain't gonna sugarcoat this, ladies and gentlemen. We're not gonna sugarcoat this. This was your turn. This was your turn. Why do you think Young Buck was crying? Young Buck was crying to 50, wasn't he not? At some point in time, we're gonna have to stop putting blinders on and asking people who are worth all these millions and millions of dollars, put them to task like you would put anybody else to task, or hold them accountable. Like you hold your politicians accountable. Hold these niggas accountable too. Wait, you actually thought that 50 Cent was going to stand up and speak out for you, black people? Let me continue.
The empire that's inspired millions of us, especially down here in Louisiana. That's why I got to come to you straight with love and respect, but also some realness, man, from somebody who's in the trenches, somebody who's in this fight against this oppressive regime we call the state of Louisiana. The people that look like you and come from the hood like you are at war with the people who wrote Amendment 2. Did you really read that 115-page document before you told the people of Louisiana to vote yes on it? Or did somebody respect the name? Because what you pushed, that message for the people, bro, for our oppressive corporations, the same white politicians who's been robbing Louisiana for decades, black and brown babies until they died. You cannot have it. Just had you co-sign something that's going to hurt the same folks that look up to you, the same people that love you, man. And I know you. Wouldn't ride with that if you really saw being. This job you raise, man, they're just smoking mirrors. That's a hustle. It's a tax scam dressed up like progress for the rich. It let big businesses escape while poor and working folks get hit harder. Religious churches and nonprofits get harder. They're using your credibility, your brand, your street respect to push oppression with a smile. And I'm telling you this out of love, my man. You've always stood for the come up, for the underdog, for the survival. But this move got you standing with the oppressor. That's not the 50 that's not the 50 who taught us the pain. And don't let them use you, bro. Circle back. To the folks actually living the same, put black and brown babies in an adult jail, and people have a campaign for no on them. Use you, bro. Don't let them use you, my man. Peace.
50 Cent know he dead wrong. That man just spent, what, 30-something million to build a film factory in Shreveport, Louisiana? Then had to learn and tell people in a row, make sure you vote for Amendment 2, which tax the poor and leaves the rich. When we gonna stop with these media and see celebrities into these politics? I'm over it. Curtis, your time is up. And your time is up now. Okay?
We not Big Meech, homie. We not Big Meech. You gonna come to Louisiana and fuck with our politics. Boy. Yeah, that's the people from Louisiana who put on. You know, we got Master P, we got Cash Money, we got Boosie. We Mr. Body. So you gonna come down here and get on Jeff Landry tip like a clown. you gonna roll with MAGA on Louisiana. Boy, you goofy. All I got to say to you is, oh, you motherfucker. You gonna do this to us? We putting cases on all your records. You gonna do this to Louisiana? Boy, where Boosie at?
Probably talking to Vlad, if we're being honest. That's probably where Boosie is. But I'll let you finish.
Where make him say,
Master P probably playing in the G League somewhere. That would be my. Sorry, I keep it.
Hey. Master P is doing more for his community than I was saying. Fucking Cash Money. He's putting out cereal, well, sugar. He's put out these shoes that I don't think anybody would. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. There are a couple of shoes I would purchase. He's done a hell of a lot. I can't even name them all, but he's done a hell of a lot more. A hell of a lot. Because that's all he ends up doing is just putting out product for people to grasp onto. But he's basically saying, do for self. So I'll give Master P that much credit. The one thing that I can't give him credit on, and that's still a question mark, is why is Corey Miller still in prison? That's your brother, after all. I mean, I thought family meant something. I'm just throwing that out there.
Dude, boy. You playing with 50 Cent? This ain't no big meat, homie. I put my hoodie on because let you know. Boy, you ain't coming down here with that bullshit. You gonna go with the clown. You gonna go with the uncle. Bro, you went with Jeff Landry, who gonna lock our children up so you could get a tax break? Fuck out of here.
And you know what, 50, I hate to be the one to break this to you, but all for boycotts, which I got for at least 10 years. Not because anything he did, just quality of the music. I really need black people to finally accept that 50 Cent is a sellout. Stop supporting his stuff. He did ads for the Republicans in Louisiana that would have allowed the governor to cut education. He's not one of us. I don't care how much you like his TV shows.
Again, I say, folks up here got all this smoke for Jay-Z and Beyonce, trying to say it's a propaganda and all this stuff. But then you got this swollen motherfucker 50 Cent out here basically wanting to make his pockets thicker that'll basically hurt the people of Louisiana. But folks ain't got nothing to say about that. Nothing. 50 don't care about nothing, don't talk about no issues, don't donate. He only care about himself, but nobody has smoke for him, period. Everybody wants to sit up here and boycott Target and Walmart and Amazon, that's fine. But how about we hold our own to the fire who out here doing dirty shit and boycott their shit too? Oh, but power is so good. Power. Because this raggedy motherfucker is backing a Republican who is going to hurt the people of Louisiana. And y'all worried about a show? Not only do we need to make these big corporations feel it too, make these celebrities out here doing shit like 50 Cent and make them feel it as well. Again. And don't say, well, what has Jay and Beyonce done? Go Google it. And you'll see what they have done and what they continue to do. 50 Cent ain't donated to not a damn near HBCU, done not a motherfucking thing. But he ran his jolly, whatever you want to call it, happy-go-lucky ass onto down to Louisiana because he signed what Roland Martin said. I think he signed a 45-year lease on his studio. So now, basically, I think he made a deal to get that. So now it's like, oh, well, you scratch my back, I'm going to scratch yours. We let you do that 45-year lease. Now help me do this. That's exactly what it is. Stop watching it, stop streaming it, and then see how much that shit'll hurt. But you know what? I know motherfuckers ain't gonna do that shit. I tell you, boy, people pick and choose who they want to have the smoke for. And it's ridiculous. And 50 Cent out here doing grimy shit. Grimy shit. Louisiana, show up and show out and vote no on everything. Hurt the rich immediately.
Now, I'll be honest. I didn't have a lot to object to what she said. In fact, I think the only thing I could really maybe object to is when she said we ain't heard nothing from 50 Cent. That's not entirely true. Y'all remember that time he took that trip down here to D.C. and we got the photo op with Lauren Boebert? You remember that? And that wasn't it. We also got photos with Steve Scalise. We got Mike Johnson. To be fair, we also got some photos with the Congressional Black Caucus. But when asked who he sees Black people identifying with, what was it that 50 had to say?
What do you see as the significance of African American men in this election for both of you?
I see them identifying with Trump.
Why do you say that?
Because they got RICO charges.
That's right. I see them identifying with Trump because they got RICO charges. Yeah, the guy who wants to give police immunity.
Ouch. Ouch. Huh? You thought. You thought. No, we need to learn our lesson. It's just like putting your hand on a hot stove and expecting it to be cold. That don't make no sense. If I put my hand on a hot, fiery stove and I yank that bitch back, am I gonna put that? No, it's not that we're done. It's not that we're cooked. It's that we're lazy. Laziness goes a long way. Laziness. And we get mad at Umar for saying do for self. What? Speaking of which, Craig, you might bounce out for this one. Because I'm just gonna go ahead and play it. This was long overdue. You put this on yourself.
It is your ancestors.
Wait, I gotta come on camera on this one. Eat it. Yeah, I'll put it on big screen for you.
On March the 21st of 1965, after 2 failed attempts to try to cross the Edmund Pettus Bridge on a Selma to Montgomery march for the right of Black people to vote, they finally was able to successfully make that march. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Father in heaven, we pray. Leadership development. Today, she's building platforms that support creatives from gigging musicians to emerging thought leaders while using her background in psychology to explore the future of humanity through AI ethics. Her work has been featured on OWN, Network, CBS, NBC, Fox, Revolt, Business Insider, and more. Sharona's mission to ignite ripples that transform the world, one bold, beautiful step at a time. And we have with us, we have our graduate theology major, Brother Owani. Amen. Amen, amen. And so what happens is that we're from the same tribe, so we give God the praise. So look here, we're going to get right into this. We got some questions. Dr. Umar, we got some questions we want to ask you. Number one, and we're going to let our representation, Dr. Umar, in media. And then after he talks, then the rest of the panel can talk. Go ahead.
I would start off by saying that media is a weapon.
Yeah.
And it has been used more often to do harm in the Black community than to do good. Yeah. When I look at the misrepresentation of Black women, what I see is a plantation narrative that has been brought into the modern era that is trying to remake the Black woman as an object of sexual exploitation and an object of material addiction. And when I look at the Black man, I feel that the media has helped to paint an image of our brothers as being nothing more than athletes, entertainers, and criminals. But I would also have to say, though, unfortunately, we have played a role in the destruction of our own public image. Come on. I believe, as much as I love and have been raised in the culture of hip hop, I believe that hip hop has been colonized by gangster rap. And as a result of that colonization, it has helped paint a negative image of Black men that I think is more destructive than anything mainstream media has done. And when I look at the Black woman in hip hop, and when I look at the portrayal of Black women in America's reality shows, I think the reality shows have done more to destroy the respect of Black women than almost anything else we've seen in recent time. Wow. And I would close by saying that we as a race don't have any excuses as to why we don't have our own major media houses. I'm very proud of our brother Tyler Perry and what he has done with Tyler Perry Studios. His movement, going from being homeless to being a billionaire to owning the largest independent Black movie studio, is to be commended.
Yes, sir.
However, I have to caution that praise with the fact that I haven't yet seen our good brother, who I love and respect, bring to film more positive representations of Black men and Black women. And I would also say that we as a community have to do a better job of raising our children so they are not dependent on social media or mainstream media for images of who they should emulate and become. Right. Simply stated, as a man is taught, so shall be his thoughts. And until Black America creates its own media, we will remain the slaves to America's propaganda. Black power. All right, all right. Sister Sharona, what do you want to say about that?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say this. I'm a non-advanced graduate of Brooklyn.
Oh, wow.
And years ago. All right, and what you all have done is stirred conversation, a lot of it. And I want to address you all, because we know that we're sitting on a former plantation, right? And what I love about this moment, right? I've seen a lot of people I went to school with say negative things about people in this room, right? People I know made mistakes. I made mistakes with, okay? That I know where we've come from. And I know how no matter how many mistakes we've made, God has delivered us.
Praise Him.
And I want to encourage you all, because every generation, there's something that other people complain about. What you all have done by taking a risk is you all have helped to shape media this week. And I want you to remember, I think what's significant about this is that we're in a space right now where a lot of people have talked about you all and decisions you've made this week, and yet they're not even able to be in this room. There will be a lot of criticism in your life, and people will try to dictate what you are and aren't able to do in spaces that they don't even have access to. You don't take away anything tonight, remember that, right? You can shape what people see in the conversation. Now to the question about the change in the media. I think what has changed, which is very interesting, we've had this conversation forever, okay? Since we talked about Kirk Franklin's stump, all right? We've been talking about media, Black representation, and even before then. And here's what's interesting, what I see that has changed. We've gone from a time where things were put on us in certain ways. Like you only saw what was put on TV, right? You had to be in front of the TV at a certain time to see it. If you're listening to the radio, it was only what they played that you could hear. What I think is significant about this time is that we're not in that space. What we see now is a reflection of who we are, because it's built on an algorithm. And so a lot of the things aren't forced on us. You don't just say, what do you want to listen to? Rap music, and you turn on the station, or this music, and you can mention the artist. And so a lot of what we see is an algorithm built on who we are and what we desire in the first place. And I think that is the difference, because what we're now looking at is a reflection in the mirror in a way that we haven't had to be accountable in the past to what it is that is in front of us, because it's showing us who we are.
All right. Dr. Burton?
Yes.
All right.
You just want me to use my professional voice. Can you hear me all the way in the back? All right. When we're talking about media, I think it's very important to highlight the transformative effect of streaming in this day and age. YouTube. Think about YouTube. Where would you be without YouTube, right? Where would you be without Netflix and Hulu and all of these streaming platforms? And when I think about YouTube specifically, what I'm excited about in this age of media is the fact that you all get to be a part of our story. And millions and billions of people are able to view it. So if you want to let people know who Oakwood University is, what an Oakwood man and an Oakwood woman looks like, how Seventh-day Adventists are not simply a cult or Ellen G. White's followers, but how we believe in the entire Bible, you can, guess what? Use that camera. You can use your phone. You can create that platform. You can go viral. You can narrate our story. And guess what? What mainstream does can be silenced, because you can be the mainstream through YouTube, through media devices. So I challenge you all not to just sit in our classes and be on TikTok and Instagram, scrolling and looking at what everybody else is doing. But I challenge you to create your own, to tell your story, to show them how Blacks are, to show them that Black women are the most educated minority in the entire world, to show them how Black men are more than incarceration rates, how we are kings and queens, and we all were called for such a time as this.
All right, brother,
Just speaking in terms of change, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Just
sir.
speaking in terms of change in media, you know, you got to be the change that you want. And unfortunately, speaking on what Dr. Umar was talking about, in the rap culture, you know, there's an over-sexualization and hypersexualization of our men, and especially our women. And unfortunately, that also, excuse my French, but it leads to an F-boy culture, right? And unfortunately, I can give you a perspective as a student, because I see it plaguing our community here. Because I mean, a lot of, especially, you know, a lot of the guys that I
My bad. I was on mute. That was my fault. I was on mute. What I was saying was mainly the hypocritical part, it's like smoking. It's just like it rings true what people say. It's like all those people, those gentlemen up there, or those gentlemen and ladies up there who were speaking on how we could do better in social media. You have to put in the work. You have to practice what you preach. But often when it's people up on the panel, like like Dr. Umar's on the panel with 3 other individuals, right? Well, 4 because you got the host. But we put up positive content like this. People skeet and skedaddle. But when it's negative connotation, or we have the nerve to comment in the comment section, and it just keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up. Well, if you sleepy, nigga, go to bed.
I see around here. I see what you guys be doing. I see what people be doing. Unfortunately, a lot of the guys here have been plagued by this F-boy culture, and they're actually. I think a lot of us, in high school, in college, you're really trying to figure out who you are. You're deciding what type of person you are. And when I say be the change that you want to see, like we shouldn't, try to go for the stereotypes that are pushed upon us. And a lot of us, are mistreating the women based on like the rap culture and things like that. And unfortunately, a lot of women are falling prey to this as well. And I think we have to realize, let's all, be the change that we want to see. So, yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Dr. Umar in the panel. How does the lack of diverse representation within media production contribute to harmful stereotypes? You were born in the 70s, my brother. Look here, Tarzan, the king of the jungle, in Black Africa, he was not Black. Jane Tarzan. So all this white representation when we were growing up. What do you want to say about that, brother? Coming from a psychologist's perspective, I think that we as African people have not fully embraced the fact that everything stored in a human mind is stored as an image. The mind doesn't store information, it stores images. And every image that is planted into the soil of your consciousness will take root. And this is one of the reasons why, historically, those of us in the Pan-Africanist movement, and most of the fathers of Pan-Africanism were men of the church. Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, Bishop Alexander Crummell, most of our founding fathers of the white Christ. And the reason they fought against the images of the white Christ, and of course we know Jesus was a Black man, he was not a Caucasian. But one of the reasons that they fought against the images of the white Christ is when you teach a child from young that God is white. When that child gets older, they will automatically associate whiteness with power. And so, when they get pulled over by the police, they're more likely to be docile. When they're in the courtroom in front of a Caucasian judge, they're more likely not to question the verdict. When they're at work working for a Caucasian boss, they're more likely to accept mistreatment. Because if God is divine and God is white, all white people must be divine. And so we as Black people have to make sure that we strip away all the images of other people that have been put before us as representations of the divine. Because we are the first people, we are the oldest people, and we are God's chosen people. And because of that, it is important that we teach our children to only see greatness primarily in themselves. I know when I do my parent training seminars, I always tell my parents, when you bring that newborn baby home, don't you bring them into a house filled with white images. Don't you turn on a TV and let them watch cartoons full of white images. Because if that baby, that Black child, is being shown nothing but images of Caucasians, they will sooner or later view Caucasians to be the standard. And then that's how you alienate a black child from themselves. So many of our children have been taught self-hate, not through the white public school, but actually at black Sunday schools, through the white Jesus image. What you said, I want to take it a step further, because we know that in order to control a man's behavior, you have to control his thoughts. Dr. Carter G. Woodson, Miseducation of the Negro. Frederick Douglass, my ancestor, said, it is better to raise strong children than to repair broken men. We as black people are a $2 trillion economy. Wow. We're the richest group of blacks in the world in terms of take-home income. Why don't we have our own film studios? Why aren't we making our own movies? Why don't we have our own propaganda systems? I think that we are at a point now that we should no longer be resting on diversity. We should no longer be looking for inclusion. We should not be hampering after what can we make the United States government do for us. The question today is what can black people do for ourselves? That is where we should go. You look at this university, the HBCU tradition. That is an example of do for self, self-determination. And I think there's room for us to negotiate with the government for what we need. But we must lead in this struggle by using our own resources.
Can I add a question, Dr. Umar, with all the, now this is one of our questions, but we're gonna get to it in full.
Yes, sir.
With what we see the changes going on. Just recently, if you don't know, the anti-segregation laws have been done away with.
Yes, sir.
And now today, I saw an article where they said it's symbolic. I don't buy that.
I don't buy that.
What do you want to say about that?
It's not symbolic.
It's not symbolic.
It's creating the atmosphere to make it a reality.
Right.
It might be a symbol today, tomorrow it will be a reality. But here's the mistake we made as African people. We have a bad habit of judging changes to be in our best interest now over the long term. I'm not going to throw President Obama under the bus.
Right.
But when President Obama was in office, black people took a break from fighting against racism.
Exactly.
We took a break from fighting against inclusion.
Right.
We took a break from fighting against diversity. And in that 8-year break that we took during President Obama's administration, we allowed racism to reorganize. We allowed racism to re-empower itself. We gave racism 8 years to re-strategize what you're going to do to black people once Barack Obama leaves office. Stop giving the government so much of your faith and put that faith in yourself.
And look here now, now, I want to ask you another question, because what's happening is, the Bible talks about the sins of the fathers into the third and fourth what? Generation. What happens is just 2 years ago, you was in the march in Jackson, Mississippi, about this apartheid bill. What you got to say about that? Now, it did fail. Jackson's 83% black, but they wanted to keep the power among the white structure. What do you want to say about that?
And specifically, what they did in Jackson, Mississippi, and this is important for you young people to understand this, because I think Jackson was a pilot. It was a test case. In majority black cities, what they're doing is the state legislatures are creating these laws where they can carve out a white island amongst the city of black people. And this little white section that they're creating in Jackson, Mississippi, the capital district, the mayor, Chokwe Lumumba, has no authority over what they do in that district. If I'm the elected mayor of the city, how can you create a district within my city and give me no authority over it whatsoever? It's a backdoor to undermine democracy in the black community. So even when you elect a black person to office, we will still circumvent that by creating a capital district that we control.
Wow. Sister Sharona, what do you want to say about the question? Let me read it again. How does the lack of diverse representation within media production contribute to harmful stereotypes?
Yeah, again, I'm one of those that you're seeing who you are right now, right? The algorithm, who you are, there's a study of your eyes, what you look at is a reflection, is a mirror of who we are, right? So when it comes to diversity, one of the issues I think, even as black people, because I don't look at a lot of other things, is that we don't even see the diversity among ourselves. When I came to Oakland, like I said, I was a non-Adventist. I heard some people say, what? Yeah, right. Although I know it's different now. At that time, I think there were like 2 or 3 of us that I can think of that were non-Adventist Black on this campus. And there was a lack of diversity of even the knowledge of who we were, right? Because we all don't show up the same. We all don't have the same stories. We're from different countries. We're from different places. And so I think we have stereotypes about ourselves that aren't necessary. We're talking about the lack of diversity. There were Black folks who didn't know the struggle of Black people. Because there are people whose parents could afford boarding school, and that's not a problem, and could afford to travel here, there, and other place, and they never took a chance to see or to look on the other side of what it means to be Black in America for some others. That was harmful, because I do believe that what we need is in the room. We can help one another. And so I think that what's harmful for us is when we're only looking at stories that are interesting to us. And so then, if we're only serving ourselves, then when Barack Obama was president, it's like, oh, we're good and we can take a break, because we don't really have true values that we're living by. We're waiting for someone to save us, whether it's a Black man or somebody else. Right. But if we really had the value, we really value diversity, we really value knowledge, we really didn't just enter to learn, but we lived to learn, right? Then I think we would be in a space that would be more helpful for our people.
All right, Brother Omani. Okay, my sister, I get that. Go ahead.
The Bible makes it clear. The race is not given to the swift, right, nor to the strong, but to he that endured until the end. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You can't accomplish one thing, sit down and say, oh, we're good. Instant gratification is the problem. You receive it, you want it. My students want an A in my class, but they don't want to show up to class on time. They don't want to show up to every class. They don't want to take a test. They don't even want to study for the test. They want me to give them the answers, and they still want an A. Make it make sense, right? So when we talk about media,
I'll have to say mostly because y'all system is boring. Please and believe that. Now, I've never been to a HBCU. I've never been to, I've been to community colleges, and I did a couple of online schooling. I would say online schooling has more information in it than I would say what y'all letting on. They just want to develop this thing about critical thinking is starting to make my dick itch. It's like, wow. So we're in the United States of America, American that's known for enslavement, Jim Crowism, Willie Lynch, Dred Scott, and miseducation of the Negro. This is what this country is known for. But since we're living in the year of AI, which I can't wait for the 22nd century to come up, which whenever it arises, for us to constantly make excuses while we're turning into cyborgs. But yet we don't want to act like as human beings and sitting down and listening to 4 individuals talk their truths. We're just cyborgs. And as far as school is concerned, what are we actually teaching? Are we actually teaching academics and stuff like that? Or are we teaching how to use our hands? What are we doing? Can anybody in the chat tell me, what are we doing? Are we not supposed to be using our hands? The white man has been using his hands to steal and adapt. Aren't we supposed to be building Black America? I'm confused. But we want to be logical all of a sudden. We want to have this critical, we're going to have this critical thinking. What does critical thinking give me? Does it critical thinking give me a paycheck? I may be wrong. I might be wrong. Does this critical thinking bullshit give me a paycheck? The only person that gets a paycheck on YouTube, because this is a bad investment, by the way, lead attorney, when he's on, he gets money, gets checks, money on YouTube. Lead attorney, because he's an actual real attorney. I would like to interview lead attorneys. How do you do it? Because he's not manosphere per se, but once that camera starts, and if you had a question for him, you better put up at least a 20 bone, and maybe, just maybe, he'll answer your question. But he's getting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and even thousands and thousands of dollars. What are we supposed to be? We're supposed to be building brains? What? And you wonder why Japan is way more advanced than us. Why China is way more advanced than us. And we can't have at least a sit down and have a conversation of how we're going to build with these instead of building with our. I never put this in existence. All right, I want to build a school for black boys and black girls. It don't work. My mouth don't work. Oh, these hands work though, because I used to be a carpenter. I got tools in my closet right now. And that's all we did. We built. We tore apart to rebuild it. Just like the stadium here in Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Raiders, we had to tear it down to build it up. We didn't speak it into existence. So when are we ever going to put this in existence? By listening to others who have different ideas. Maybe, just maybe, we can agree on something instead of nothing. And most Negroes don't even want to listen to it because it's Umar. Fuck it. You don't want to listen to it. Fine. I understand it. You're gonna get tired. Once you get tired of him, guess what? You're gonna get tired of the next nigga. And the next nigga. And the next nigga. And the next nigga. So it's all it doesn't even matter at that point. It doesn't matter. You praise Cardi B, right? You would praise Cardi B. You would praise Megan Thee Stallion, but you can't praise a man who basically, I don't want to put he's the most requested. Forget all that. Did you get the message? Does Megan Thee Stallion have a message for you? No, she got that. She know how to work that ass. Does Cardi B have a message for you? No, she's got titties. Fake ones, as a matter of fact. And she used to be a stripper, if I can recall. You don't mind tossing dollars at her way, right? What type of hypocrites are we?
When we talk about this country, we built America. American history is Black history. There would literally be nothing in America if it was not for Black people. Period. We are the creators of entertainment.
Shut up, Greg.
We are the creators of every single thing that we use in this country. If we all decide to leave America, there will be no more United States of America. Let's be clear. The problem is everybody does not know that, okay? For lack of knowledge. And it's not lack of knowledge because of lack of access. It's lack of knowledge because of your choice. Right. Education is not force. It is a choice. I always say this in my con law class and students are baffled. Do you all understand that there is no federal law that says you must be educated? There is no federal education system. That is why the Department of Education is going to be done away with, right? Education is left up to the states because it's considered a general welfare. So guess what? You have to choose education. The reason why we haven't advanced in media is because we don't understand how the law works. We don't understand how it is financed. If we were to pay attention to intellectual property, we would be advanced in media. We would have these studios. But some of you all may not even know what the term intellectual property even means. And so because of that, our talents, what we do, are stolen, are then legally documented and are profited off of. And we wonder why we are where we are, and it is because of a choice and the fact that we have to understand this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. Every single day that you have breath in your body, you are called to be about your business. And if you're not, then you're wasting our time.
Can you acknowledge anything that she said that was wrong? Can anybody acknowledge? Can anybody acknowledge that what she said was right, wrong, in between? You know, I'm whatever. See what I mean? It's the message that's just going from one ear and out the other. Oh, we've been there before, and we're still stuck, and we're still in the same position that like 3 hours ago when I was in this chair. Well, I went to get up and get something to drink, but what are we afraid of? Oh, we're afraid of the white man with the gun. Oh, okay. We're afraid of it, but we had no problems, Marcus. We had no problems marching. We had no problems looting and shit like that. We had no problems with that. We had no problems. I believe what she is saying. Problem is, our people don't know the ins and outs of the ins and outs of forgive me, I'm ADHD. Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, this is what we go to class and we go to study. I can go on Amazon right now and I can get a book on law for a nice price. And I can actually study. I think there's an actual dummy. What is it? Dummy for something that Craig can use. Law for Dummies. A law for dummies. You could get a law for dummies book, just like you get a math for dummies, science for dummies. I don't know why they put it like that, but that's how they put it. And you can go to Barnes and Nobles. You can go to Barnes and Nobles and get those books. Hell, you can go get a law book from Barnes and Nobles if you have a Barnes and Nobles in your area. I'm about to whoop yo ass in a minute, nigga. Yeah, but you can get all types of books, right? You can get a black history, not a black dictionary. I mean, it's like $200, maybe $300, but this is what we should be spending our money on. Something that could put knowledge into your fucking brain. Why do you think Shaka Amos, shouts out to Shaka Amos, has books that are like $1,000 books, $800 books, a bookshelf, nothing but books, and could whoop your ass with knowledge? Black Law Dictionary. You can get it, and it's the third, I think it's the seventh version, either the third version or the seventh version. It's either the third version or the seventh version. Yeah, I know what you meant. It's either the third version or the seventh version that you can get, and it's like $200 or $300. I don't even know how much the bitch is. It's been a while since I looked at it. But this is the type of shit we should be spending our money on. But no, let us not study law. Let us not study law. Let's not study the Constitution. Let's not keep the Constitution. Just in case you get pulled over, right? You got your constitutional, you know your law, you know your law, and what 75% of the police force don't even know their law. But as long as you keep that constitution, that constitutional card in your wallet, like I do, and as long as you know what you're talking about, you can, just like Nat Turner, you can say certain words and use it against your oppressor. You can use certain words against your oppressor. Whatever he spews at you, see, and this is the reason why they tried to take your mindset, because he was afraid that 700,000 Negroes could outthink him in such a way. This is ridiculous. Really ridiculous. And then when we learn, what we need to do legal-wise. We don't have those big dollars to enforce. Well, Bridge, again, what does Dr. Umar state most of the time? I'll wait. What does Dr. Umar state most of the time? I'll wait. I think it's something of the point of how much we spend on clothing, how much we spend on meat, how much we spend on hair, how much we spend, with the shoes we wear, the clothes we wear, even though we like, we wear the Christian Dior, the Tom Fords. I see it all the time, right? I see it all the time, but I know black people online who make their own underwear, their own bread, their own clothing line, but you don't want to support those people. Even the sweet tooth that we have. I know a lady who makes their own peanut brittle. I know people who make their own, I did say bread. I know people who make a lot of stuff, y'all. But it's not supported. And I would give a shout out to my brother Zoe Williams, my mentor, Zoe Williams from the Zoe What Morning Show. That's all he help produces. He helps produces a lot of products, and he puts it all out there for the world to see. Even when people get tired, right, and they take these energy drinks that are known for, fast heart rates and shit like that. Basically, you're crashing all over the place, and all that sugar that's obtained, like these monster drinks that we keep drinking, that we keep consuming, it's not good for you. It's these type of energy drinks that Black people make that has no sugar in it, but the same amount of stuff. These type of juices and remedies and stuff that'll keep you up for 8 hours without all that sugar in it. But we don't want to support that. We don't want to support the socks that we make. We don't want to support the shoes that we. I could go on and on and on. We have all these excuses. All these excuses. I have in my closet Ramomar. It's expensive. Less caffeine. As a matter of fact, it has no caffeine in it. It has no caffeine in it. I had to get more information on what it is, but he promotes it all the time on his show. I think it's every Monday. Every Monday, he promotes these things on his. Even beef, even it's beef jerky, but it's not even beef. We shouldn't be eating meat. Yesterday was the first time in a long time I ever had red meat. And it's been almost 15 years since I had red meat. We went to Applebee's and I had a cheeseburger. Red meat. I don't even consume red meat like that. Have I tried it myself? No, but I have tried that peanut brittle. That peanut brittle was fucking good. That peanut brittle was off the motherfucking chain. I don't even eat peanut brittle. I've had their weed juice and I had peanut brittle. And I have to say their weed juice that he promotes. Now, it's mixed with actual weed juice is actually mixed with actual real fruit, real vegetables, right? All these particular foods that are gifted with parents, right? Man, I can't believe she's calling me today. Oh, you're lucky I'm getting y'all game.
All right. Now we're gonna go to question number 3, but before we go any further, Dr. Umar, I heard people say that you're a racist. I went online and I asked the question to Google, is Dr. Umar a racist? And the answer that I got was astounding. No. Can you tell us why you're not a racist and what is racism?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When you look at the struggle for freedom and justice by the American African people, whenever we speak up to assert ourselves, we're always considered to be racist. Because those who are racist have a vested interest in victimizing themselves to hide their racism. So they project it on you, so they're never held accountable for it. And so we as African people have to make sure that we don't fall into an eternal trap of always explaining to people that we are not racist. We never enslaved Caucasians. We never dehumanized another people. We never created diseases to get rid of entire communities. We've never gentrified anyone. We've never reduced the value of a human life. The crimes that have been committed against us, we have never committed against anyone else. So how can someone be a racist? I've never advocated hurt or harm against another people. I've never advocated segregation or the suffering of another group. I've never said that any particular community should be done away with. All I've ever advocated, and I do it unapologetically, is that black people should marry black people and black people should build with black people. And I'm not making no excuse for that, because I see Arabs do it and nobody say nothing. I see Jews do it, nobody say nothing. I see Indians do it, nobody say nothing. But soon when a black man says black people be for black people, now we're racist. And the reason for that is everyone knows that when the black man and black woman rises, the exploitation of us by the outsiders will automatically stop. See, we don't realize how much we are worth to other people disorganized. And then once we organize, that worth will eradicate itself.
Yes,
the
sir.
reason I cannot be a racist, the reason why no African in this room can be a racist is because racism is a group system. It is not an individual. It is a group system that is organized to dominate all of the resources, all of the opportunities, and all of the privileges in a given society. That is racism. So in order to be racist, you have to have the ability to control other people's options. To be racist, you have to have the ability to control other people's opportunities. To be racist, you must have control over the institutions and the resources. What do I control? What do black people control that we could use to be racist against another group? Now, we can be bigoted. I can be a bigot. I can hate white people because they're white, although I don't. I can hate white people for what they've done, although I don't. I can be a bigot. Bigotry is emotion. I hate you. Bigot is the white man driving down the street yelling the N-word out the window. That's a bigot. A racist doesn't have to be a bigot. A racist can marry you. A racist can work with you. A racist can be your best friend. A racist can be your baby dad. A racist can be your godmother, your godfather. And guess what? A lot of racists are not bigoted. They don't have anything against black people per se, but they still want white people to dominate the resources, the opportunities, and the privileges. Black power.
You know, I know what Craig would say. It's like, open up your heart, let that hate out. Black power. Clarence Bixby.
So as our founder.
Once again, we don't want to acknowledge what the doc is talking about. No one acknowledge because it's his voice. It's his stature, how he works the mic. Pause. I never want to acknowledge anything. Nothing.
Sister White says that we're to be taught how to labor for the uplifting of our own people. So to work for the uplifting of our own people is not racist. Let's keep that in mind. Question number 3, Dr. Umar. What role does social media play in both amplifying and challenging existing narratives about Black identity? Let me repeat it again. Okay. What role does social media play in both amplifying?
Okay, I believe you already said that. I might be wrong, but I don't want to keep going through the whole social media. What does social media play? Social media can play into 2 different things. It can help or it can hurt.
Now, why is this relevant? Speaking as a school psychologist, it's relevant because for the past 25 years of me evaluating all these.
Right? So what happened was,
Here's y'all. Let me tickle y'all funny bones for a second, since y'all like drama.
I really think that the
boys do not. And when we talk about the academic troubles of Black boys, nobody ever indicts snow bunny racism as being a reason for why Black boys do not exceed. If we want to raise academic excellence for Black boys,
come on, bro.
We gotta give them Black teachers.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, I think you know there was some great sentiments shared there. Can I bring this close to home? I really think that the Black community in America probably is the demographic with the lowest self-esteem, just on average, just from what I see. And I don't think it's really our fault. I mean, if you look at, you know, you study psychology, I'm sure there's things where like trauma can be passed down from generation, et cetera, et cetera. Like these things are real. So But I do want to speak to the point that you said about white teachers and things like that. I mean, I'm a strong advocate for education and things like that, and I do believe that our self-esteem can be affected by our grades and things like that. But I believe that there are good white teachers who can teach a black student and cause them, not really negatively impact their self-esteem. I mean, I'll take myself for example.
Are you a bunny hopper, my brother?
I'm not a bunny hopper.
It didn't take long.
So we're gonna make this disclaimer right here. Okay. My preference is black women all day, every day. That's what we're gonna make that clear. Okay? But I have
Hold tight.
What's up?
You said your preference.
What's wrong with preferring black women?
No.
I prefer black women.
Maybe y'all need to have a talk about that after this thing. You exclusively date African women.
I've only dated African women, yeah.
And will you exclusively only date queens?
So just based on pattern. Yes, okay? Based on my pattern, yes. All right? Everybody be nice, okay?
Dr. Bird?
Take off his dashiki!
You finished?
Can I finish what I was saying? So, no, I am not a bunny hopper because I had a good white teacher. I was, because the original topic at hand was, we talked about how,
That did not take long. But we date who makes us happy. We work with whoever makes us happy. Aww. We date whoever makes us happy. Because all we want is love. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. You don't get out my face with that nonsense.
Let's not ad hominem, right? So what happened was we were talking about teachers, right, and how they can affect the self-esteem of students. And I said, I believe that there are good white teachers who won't negatively impact the self-esteem of a black student. That doesn't make me a bunny hopper. I had Miss Crockett in first grade. Now you get I know it's not true, but I was in first grade. I had a teacher named Miss Crockett. She was a black woman. And I was the top of the class in a class full of white people. So this is a thing that's possible. So yes, the education system is against black people. However, we cannot make blanket statements about every teacher who's not black, because I don't think that that's fair to people. There's a professor here, Mr. Nava is not black, but he's a great teacher that advocates.
This dude with the dashiki just went over here and gave a pound to his white teacher. Like, okay, all right, that doesn't bother me. It bothers is what you say. It's not what you do; it's what you say. I shake hands with my bosses all day. I shake hands, say hi, how you doing? Give high fives. But when it comes to the conversation, that's a different story. It's like, would you ever date a white woman? No. Why not? Because they're filthy pigs. Oh, okay, cool. That's what I would mainly say. Not on the job, but if I was off the clock. On the clock, I would say, that's just not my interest.
It's not my interest. It's things that you will say on the job that is appropriate versus on the job, off the job, which I wouldn't give a fuck about. I'll be like, y'all some filthy creatures. Y'all some filthy fucking creatures. You fuck pigs, dude. White folks fuck pigs. If I see one black person sticking his Johnson & Johnson in a pig or a horse, I say I quit. I quit y'all all y'all Negroes. All of you, y'all are disqualified. All of you. If I find one video, one of you sticking your nastiness in a actual pig, y'all just love doing what white folks do, don't you? That's a crowd.
What do you have to say?
Do you want me to repeat the question again? Okay, go ahead. And then Sister Henderson, after you got...
No, not shucking and jiving. It's sticking and moving. You got it wrong. It's sticking and moving. Stick and move. Stick and move. Hey, get it right.
Listen, then we got to go to our next question.
It's okay, Michael. It's okay, Michael. I am a black woman. Amari, it's okay. I am a black woman. I understood what you said. You simply said that there are educators who are not black, but they did educate, they did teach, they showed humanity, they treated you as a student that you were, and they helped you your success story. And that's not a problem. Okay. Back to the point at hand, we have to be careful because by beholding, we become changed.
Right.
And so what you take in and what you consume, it changes you. As a man thinketh, so is he.
Right.
So if you're looking at TikToks, if you're looking on Instagram, and you're constantly seeing negative imagery about Black women. We did a podcast recently on the whole term angry Black woman. If you're looking at media trying to portray Black women as angry, right? When you have a natural emotion of anger, is then you're an angry Black woman. I am not an angry Black woman. I am having emotion in this moment, but it does not define my character. It does not define who I am, and it doesn't define how I'm going to be 30 minutes later after you apologize for what you did that was trifling, right? Yes, so ladies. And then on the flip side, men, it is okay to cry. It is okay to feel that emotion. But television wants to tell you that crying is a sign of weakness, and that's not true. So we have to be careful what we intake with media, because media does not define who you are. That's why you have to stay rooted and grounded in the Word of God. Right. Because the Holy Spirit, the Spirit tests the other spirit. And so if you're looking on TV, if you're looking on social media, if you're looking on streaming platforms, and you see a woman that is portrayed in a way that is not aligned with your spirit, you need to move on. You cannot allow the media to dictate who you are, because the media does not have the qualification to do so. The only person who can dictate who you are is the Lord Jesus Christ.
That's right. You know, as a man thinketh in his heart, so we've got to be very careful about the things that we watch. We've got to be into that word. The one we need to watch is Christ, to where we're changed into the same image. Amen. Dr. Umar and the panel, let me ask a question right here. This is a very serious one. I want you to hear this. What can Black people do to enhance their ethnic image online.
What can African people do to enhance our ethnic image online?
Yeah.
Take control of it. That's number one. Number two, reconnect to our African culture. I think a big problem of this is we keep on trying to imitate Caucasian reality instead of living within our own reality as African people. We have our own dress. We have our own way of thinking. We have our own way of being. We have our own way of solving our problems. We are an African people. And too often and for too long, we have tried to force ourselves into a Caucasian mold that we will never fit into. Be who you are. Why are the oldest people in the world imitating the youngest people in the world? So I think we need to own who we are. Number two, I think we need to divorce ourselves from European capitalism. I think a big reason why we suffer the way that we suffer is because we have drunk the poison that says the more money you make, the happier you are. The nicer the car you drive, the happier you are. Well, guess what? There's no psychological research that correlates income with peace of mind.
That's real.
There's no psychological research that correlates your level of education or the house you live in with happiness, right? So we as African people have to go back to being people of the soil, people of the earth, people who value people more than the things we own. Black power.
Right, wrong, indifferent. Because I mean, I can drive a $1.2 million car. I could go to Belize, not Belize. We can go to Belize, or we can go to what's that Arabian place over there? Dubai. I can go to Dubai, and Dubai is one of the most richest it's not even a country. I don't know, a state, a continent. I don't know what it is. I could go to Dubai. Dubai is the most richest places you can ever go to, right? I could sit in $1 million mansion or an expensive condo and enjoy the festivities of Dubai. Dubai's got its like natural places that you can go to, but into that rich part, it's like you have to have money, but you have to follow by the rules. It is what it is. He who pays the fiddler calls the tune. He who pays the tune calls the fiddler calls the tune. I can do all these things and not be happy. Why am I not happy? I can take all the 304s and I can take a deuce on them, right? And not be happy, because that's what they do in Dubai. I would never do that. That's what they do in Dubai. There are stories. It's disgusting. There are stories you just gonna have to look into. Well, I can just tell you, because you probably already know, that they pay prostitutes. They fly prostitutes out there that are willing to, for a good price. They pay them, and they just take deuces on them. That's what they do. They don't acknowledge you. They just sit you in the room where everybody else is just eating and chilling and having a good time and drinking and talking to their buddies. Next thing you know, you're up in the upstairs with nothing but bags on the floor and stuff. They paid you. Mind you, they paid you. This is how much they think about you. Like Ice Cube said, here's what they think about you. Here's what they think about you. Here's what they think about you. I mean, a woman would rather be done in the kudo, if you know what I mean, wink, wink, without getting more graphic, than to have an Arabian dude take a deuce on, or worse yet, be somebody's prisoner when you short $5. Remember that thing with Mayweather when he allegedly had to stay in Dubai for at least a couple of months because he was short on cash? I was like, the boy's a billionaire. Like, maybe his card didn't work. Maybe his card declined. Maybe they just want to keep him there for a pet. I don't know. Where the black 304s get ish put on them in Dubai. Look the story up. There were two prostitutes who went to Dubai, flew out, went to this specific location, went upstairs. A whole bunch of men were there. They ate and they were giving glasses of wine or whatever to drink while the rest of the men were just chilling, having a good time and eating. And when it was time, and they thought they were there to have sex. No. There's a bee right now. There's a bee right now letting. That ain't funny, Craig. That is not funny. That is not funny. That is not funny at all. Because there are stories out there. And guess what? The law can't do anything. You know why? They own the law. This is what I'm talking about. They own the law. They're the ones that built the property. They built everything from the ground up, and they're teaching their sons how to do the exact same thing. So when it's all said and done, no one can say shit to you. Nobody can say shit to you. Why can't we build our own? This is what I'm talking about. Why can't we build our own institutions? Why? Brick by brick, these Negroes absolutely did what was promised, what was owed to them, and no government, no section, no government could. You can be prisoner for all they care. You can go. They go down to the National Guard, get stuck. All they do is turn your ass right back around where you came from, unless they let you go willingly. Unless they let you go willingly. Now, here's the thing. I did not say take a vacation in Dubai. Do not take a vacation in Dubai, because I've looked at YouTube videos. I looked at YouTube strips, and Dubai is beautiful. Just abide by what they are talking about. And yes, Craig, yes, it's mostly women who get in trouble. It's mostly women who can't keep their damn mouth shut. Damn. I've acknowledged this myself. It's like, why would you leave that ghetto shit in the hood? Leave that ghetto shit in the hood. Why would you come down to a place where people have established their work for thousands and thousands of years, brick by brick, sweat by sweat, blood by blood, and you come up in there, mind you, it's over what, billions and trillions of dollars, and there's another place that's more richer than Dubai. There's a more richer place that's more richer than Dubai, but this is the one well-known one that I know about, right? Why would you? Y'all disgusting. Y'all disgusting. So my point of contention is, why would we not build it? Now, if we built our institutions brick by brick like Dubai, it's just like Orlando Brown yelled out with his crazy self, which I don't blame him. That's highly weird for you. Orlando Brown yelled out, "Where's our Dubai?" Right? I was like, I'll build a Dubai with all the Bugattis and all the $1 million homes in the world. Clean water. Yes. Clean. We don't even have clean water here. They have clean water. But I ain't taking, no, that's disgusting. That's disgusting.
Yeah, I think definitely taking control has to be a part of what we're doing.
Bridge. Me and Craig are calling cap. Me and Craig, I'm sorry, but we calling cap. You haven't even seen 50. I don't think you haven't even seen 50. Listen, I've seen 75. I've seen $75,000. I had more than that at one point. $50,000, $50,000 bridge. Now, if you tell them to tack on $4 million, it's like 100,000. No, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do that to you, Bridge. You got more common sense than that. I ain't gonna do that to you.
Some of the questions and the phrasing that we have, is always looking outward. Who can we follow? Who can we? The initiative needs to be with us. Are you a leader in your own life? Are you leading your own life, your mind? Are you thinking about what you're thinking about? And a lot of us are waiting for someone to do something that we're supposed to do ourselves. Just like we're waiting for Jesus to come and bring heaven instead of having heaven here. And I think some of that. Let me finish, because we're upset about that. We're upset about that because we have in our mentality that somebody else is supposed to do it. There are things that we could be doing now to change the world. Instead of waiting for a miracle to happen, we can be the miracle. And that's in media, that's in our day-to-day lives. And I'm not saying Jesus isn't coming, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in our minds, we are waiting for a savior, and sometimes we can save a situation. And if we do that, even with media, then we can change some of the representation that we see.
There's a saying, hold on. Okay.
It's something that can really help us, enhance our social media presence.
All right, Dr. Burke. Baby. All right. Now, Dr. Umar, it's the most serious question, at least for here. In the case that Trump tries to bring things back to what it was like before the civil rights movement, what can we as a Black community do? If Trump tries to take us back to the past, we have to do what we did in the past, and that is organize and fight. The Honorable Marcus Garvey said, the greatest weapon used against the Negro is disorganization. Stokely Carmichael Kwame Ture said, if you organize a little, you can get a little done. If you organize some, you can get some done. But if you don't organize at all, you can't get anything done. We suffer not just because we're Black, but because we're Black and disorganized. We have to get organized because all power is in the group. European Jews are united, and that's why they can push their agenda. Arabs are united. East Indians, Anglo-Saxons, Chinese are united. The power of the American African rests within our unity. What do you think about reparations? I support reparations. And before you answer that, there's a statement in the book Southern Word, where it says that the American nation owes a debt of love to the colored race. This is back in the day when she wrote this. And God has ordained that they should make restitution for the wrong that they have been done to them in the past. But listen to this, Dr. Umar. Those who have taken no active part in enforcing slavery upon the colored people are not relieved from the responsibility of making special efforts to remove the far as possible the result of their enslavement. You have a lot of people that say, we wasn't around when it happened. So it's like we shouldn't be asking for reparations. What do you say about that to those that say that we wasn't around, we didn't have no active part in it? Go ahead.
If the American African living today has no entitlement to the compensation owed to their ancestors because we did not live back then, why are European Jews in Israel still receiving reparations when there's almost nobody still living who survived the Holocaust?
Wow.
So why is it okay for your children to still collect on your pain, but we can't collect on the pain of our ancestors? That's a double standard.
Facts.
And the reason they put forward that double standard is they want us to stop the conversation. Let us put this in the right context. Next year, the United States of America celebrates her 250th birthday. A big reason why President Trump is signing these executive orders to do away with critical race theory, the teaching of racism, the teaching of slavery, is they want to clean up America's image. So when they celebrate her 250th next July the 4th, nobody will expose the hypocrisy of the fact that you're the country that saved freedom and justice and equality, but you said it while you enslaved African people to do it. We are the shame and we are the memory of America. And rather than address the shame of American history, we'd rather silence the victims of it.
So it's like what Malcolm X said, it's a guilt complex.
Well, be careful. Because I don't really think Caucasians are guilty for how they treat black people. They've been doing it too long. So I don't think there's a guilt complex. There's an accountability complex. I don't want to be held accountable for what I did to black people. Now let me give you 3 quick points. On reparations, I think we're making a mistake the way that we're going about it. Number 1, fighting for a cash payout is a trap that does not work. If we allow them to pay us in an American dollar that has no mineral value at all, they can reduce the value of that payout through inflation and make it almost meaningless. Money runs out, but the benefit of slavery to the American people can never run out. So whatever you pay us for, however you compensate us, must equally never expire. I don't want money, I want land. I don't want money, I want industries. I don't want money, I want access to the water. I don't want money, I want 25% of every natural resource America sells to the world. America sells gold, America sells oil, America sells energy, America sells water. Black people get a 25% cut. In addition to that, there are 10 states that represent 60% of the American African population. They include Florida, they include Virginia, they include New Jersey, they include California, Illinois. Every state that represents 60% of our population is a sea-border state. In the case of Illinois, it's a lake-border state. We want control of the major port. We get paid for everything coming in, we get paid for everything going out. When we think of reparations, we have to think long term. We can't just think about where we are, we have to think about where we want to be. And my last point, give us back control of everything we invented in this country. Black music can only be produced by black people. It can only be sung by black people. It can only be sold by black people. It can only be marketed by black people. It can only be published by black people, because music is America's second largest export. If we just owned our music, that would give us enough capital to rebuild Black Wall Street. And the last thing, when we get reparations, if you are a bunny hopper, you do not get paid. Black power!
That was perfect. But seriously, let's talk about it. Reparations. You got old heads, dog. Dr. Umar. Fuck you, Dr. Umar. You don't tell us what to do with that money. We gonna get the IB and F. The IBs and the F. Because we need to, because because we need to look in this situation with Umar in the school and how he's fucking over black folk. He's trying to tell us what we need to do with our reparation. Reparation is old. It's a debt that's been owed. And I need my teeth. Baby needs shoes. My wife needs clothes. And I need these bottom teeth done. Plus, I need them pills. My Medicare. My Medicare ain't working. I said my Medicaid ain't working. So I need my reparations check. Even though I don't rightfully know who I is. Fuck Dr. Umar. Young cats. Man. Fuck, man. What the fuck what Umar Johnson got to say about rap? Man, we ain't earned no rap race, man. Man, come on, man. Fuck all that, man. Give me my motherfucking money, man. Give me my money, dog. Give me my money, man. Come on, man. Iron Man. Come on, man. I need to get them 20. I need to get them the 24s put on my ride, man, with the engine sounding like shit. Come on, man. I need to get me my 40 acres in the mule. Man, fuck everybody else, dog. I don't give a fuck what you do with the money. Do what you do with that money, dog. Do what you do with that money, dog. Do what you do with that money, dog. But hey, we going to the Bootsy concert, suited and booted, man. Come on, man. Back to the old guy. What Dr. Umar? I'm sending an investigation right now. I want Dr. Umar in jail. We want him in jail. But 50 Cent just signed I don't give a fuck about no 50 Cent. 50 Cent doing what 50 Cent is doing. I want Dr. Umar in handcuffs. We are going to go to the board right now. We're going to march. We're going to march for Dr. Umar to go to prison. What we gonna do the rest? We don't have to do. You don't tell me what to do with my reparations check. I wonder why we're in the condition that we're in.
And just want to let you know that these were questions that were submitted. And I have a very important question for you, Dr. Umar, at the end. Go ahead, my sister.
Okay, between Amari and Dr. Umar, I always get left with the crowd, right? No, but in all honesty, when we're talking about movements, when we're talking about Black people, we have to understand our influence. So when you look at movements, when you look at the civil rights movement, which is one of the major movements that's always studied, and when you look at the media outlets, what were the media outlets? It was newspaper, and it was what?
Radio.
Radio, and what else? TV, right? Guess what you all have? And I have a cell phone. Guess what happens when you go live? You go live, millions, billions of people can watch instantaneously. You can create a narrative in seconds. You can start a movement without even being known.
okay? You can be a random person and go live and narrate and show the injustices that are happening to our people, and it can go global. We need you. We need you at such a time as this, and it is very critical that you study, that you perfect your crafts, that you be the best journalists, the best social media influencers, the best attorneys, the best politicians, the best doctors, the best scientists, that you be the best at what you are learning right here at Oakwood University, because you can be the change. We need you all to fight. If the movement is going to be pushed forward, guess who is going to push it? You. When we look at the greats, how old were they? We're talking about teenagers. We're talking about people in their 20s. We're talking about you. You are our history. And if you move, if you act, if you do what God has called you to do, we will be victorious. We will own America. We will be the greatest nation in the world. But we need you, not your mother, because they don't even understand half the time how to work a cell phone, right? We don't need another generation to come after you. We need you for such a time as this. When you think about Trump and what he's doing, do y'all realize this man has not even been in office 90 days?
He's doing what he's being told to do.
It hasn't been 90 days. And here's the key. They gave us the manifesto before, right?
Yes.
They told us what was coming down the pipeline.
Laughing at us, me.
And what did we do?
We didn't vote.
So if we move forward, if we have movement, guess what? We need you all to move. Okay? We need you all to be that movement, to stand up for injustices, to stand up for humanity, to show people who we are. Because every time you think about the other side, we are never the ones who do what they say that we do. We are kind. We are loving. We show humility. We help in and everybody. All of the negativity that is put on us is nothing but a lie. And we all know who the author of lies are. It's the enemy. And that's the narrative that he wants us to have, because he doesn't want us to do what God has called us to do. But we have to stand firm and know what we believe, know who we are, and know where it's found. Study to show each of yourselves approved, so that you can do what you need to do for such a time as this.
Yes, because,
Okay, my conclusion, because I know you're getting sick and tired. Well, I am too. But my conclusion is this. And I know we did a little switcheroo, but when I heard that 50 Cent piece today, I just said I had to do Jasmine Crockett another day. I had to do the culture of dating another day. And I might switch that around as well. So my apologies. But at any rate, we did the Kanye thing. The Kanye thing was quite interesting. We knew what that was all about all along. But needless to say, when it comes to this, when it comes to Black culture, when it comes to the civil rights movement, when it comes to Jim Crowism and all this, now we're in we're in 2025. It's April 6th, 2025. We are still in the same position as we were then. It's just that we have more staying power when it comes to voting. Voting for who? Voting for what? we are that damn divided to the point where we just vote for our own because of our own interest. It doesn't work that way anymore. People are coming in and dividing you for reasons. They want to get rid of you, whether you want to know it, don't know it, or not. It shows. You turn on the TV and that's all you see. You see black folks getting into the worstest mess you can ever get into. Sure, you see white people getting it. I mean, of course, you're going to see white folks. You are going to see white folks get into similar messes. But white folks outnumber you, what, 3-1? My math is off. White folks outnumber you 3-1. We're like, what, 13% of the population? So it's not going to even matter because they can sacrifice a few crumbs here and there. But it's wrong when Umar points out the issues. It's wrong when anyone points out the issues because we want results. You're not going to get results the way that you want it to. The way that you expect it to. The only thing you can do if you're an average Joe Schmo that does not have a critical thinking degree is work. That's the only thing you can do is work. And work your ass off until you get better. You go to college, you're going to end up studying your asses off. But when you graduate, whether you graduate with a diploma or a certificate of completion, you're not going to get, if you are a man, you are not going to get a job unless you know somebody that can actually absolutely validate you for that position that you went to school for in the first place. Clock it. Unless you're a female, of course. They're getting rid of black men because that's who they fear. They don't get rid of you just because you're uneducated. You can be you're undereducated, you're overeducated. We're in debt because we don't see the forest for the trees, that sometimes these schools are just a waste of time. Trust me, I know. I've had plenty of talks with directors and HR folks. I have had plenty of talks with them, and they all say the same thing. Go get educated. I said, well, I tried that before. And they all say the same thing. You don't have experience. How am I going to get the experience without having experience? You know what? You know the reason why HVAC specialists don't have extra people on the job is because they're fucking lazy. And they do everything on a timely basis just to please white people. I only see nothing but Mexicans. But what we said, what Umar says is foul. It's a pipe dream. It's incorrect. It's this and that. You can't even acknowledge not one good thing. How pathetic. How pathetic. And these people are crashing out all over the place. I think tomorrow I'm gonna do the whole crash out thing. Because these dudes are going online and they need somebody to acknowledge the stuff that women are doing. We need to get married. What is the basis of marriage? What is the basis of marriage? I believe marriage ain't nothing but a social construct. It is nothing but a construct.
Because if we get people, and I said this, and I said this verbatim, if you are not engaged with the person that you slightly respect, men, if she has no interest in you, women, then it's not going to work. Or you're going to end up getting ghosted, or you're going to end up getting used. Don't worry, I'll do a segment on that tomorrow. But we have to acknowledge that Black folks, we're lazy. We're lazy. We don't even want to put in AI has definitely ruined us in some degrees. Even 19 Keys has admitted this. Can't even put the phones down for me. But hey, I'm just a YouTuber, right? I'm just a YouTuber trying to get to 2,000. That's even hard enough doing that because of the disagreements that you have with me all the time. What can you agree on? What can you and me agree on? You could disagree with me all day, but what is the thing that we can agree on? We're so divided. So divided. I thank everybody who came in today and support the channel. Once again, I want to thank Dark Lake for hooking the brother up with that $10 holla. And thank you everybody else for contributing. Like I said, support the channel, like, share, and subscribe to the channel. If you like to please become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. And I definitely will be seeing you tomorrow. Peace.